Hi everyone, in today's video we are going to build a Django Vue web application. The application is called APOD. Why is it called like that? Well, that is because NASA has a website called Astronomy Picture of the Day. People who love astronomy visit the website daily in order to see the image of the day. For example, if I click on this link, I will get the image that was uploaded this day. You can see it's the 3rd of September. I myself use this website a lot, but I find the interface very old and not user-friendly. Sometimes I find it hard to find an image that I am looking for because I need to click on the link in order to view the image. And sometimes I need to click a lot of links in order to get to the image that I am looking for. Because of these problems, I decided to redesign this website, and here is the final project. First, in the navigation bar, we have the original astronomy picture of the day logo. Next to it, we have the home page, which presents the images in a masonry grid, as you can see. This makes it easy to find the images that you like. When hovering on an image, we see the title and the logo. Also on the homepage, we have the possibility to search for images. For example, if I type in moon, you can see I'm getting a lot of images here. When scrolling for a long time, we reach the end of the page, and when clicking on the Load More button, more images populate the page. And because we are retrieving the images from the original website, a loading animation is playing because the image is not loaded yet. To go back to the top of the page, the user can click on this floating button. The user can click on an image to bring the modal. In the header, we have again the logo, the like button, the download button, and the closing button. To like the image, the user should be connected to the website. For example, right now I am logged in and I can click on the like button and I can unlike it. And this number shows the number of likes that this image has. When clicking on the download button, the image is previewed here on another tab so that the user can see it in high quality and download it afterward if he desired to. When clicking on the close button, the model closes. On the body, we have the title, the image, and the explanation. Next, we have this page. It is called Today's Picture. Basically, this page is going to bring the latest image, you can see the latest link, and display it here to the user. And it's the same image that was displayed here, because here on the home page, the images are ordered by day. You can see, so we have the same image. But if you want to see just that image, just click here. Again, we have the like button and the description and the image. The trending page is similar to the home page. The difference here is that the ordering changes. We ordered images based on the number of likes. You can see here we have 6 likes. Here we have 3. And this user, the admin, has liked this image. That's why we have the red heart. Finally, we have the favorites page. This shows the images that the user likes. But this only works if the user is connected. Right now, I am using the admin account. And you can see all these images have the red heart. That means that this user has liked these images. And you can see we don't have a lot because this user didn't like all the images, of course. Look what will happen if I log out. You can see this page says log in to see your favorites. If you want to log in, click on this button, and here you need to enter your credentials. For example, I have another account that I can use. When I click on submit, you can see I am logged in and the username shows next to the logout button. Let me log out again, And let's say that you don't have an account. You can click here. This is going to take you to the sign up page, and here you can create a new account. Let's say that you clicked on the submit button without entering these fields. You see we have this alert dialog. I can enter a new name, let's say John. If I click on submit, it says that the password field is required. Okay, let me enter something. John 2023. This is just an example, it doesn't matter. So click on submit. You can see that once you sign up, it redirects you to the login page. Now I can use my John account. Click on submit, and you can see John now is connected. When I click on the favorites, I have no images because John has just created his account. Let me like some images very quickly. I'll like this image and this one. Okay, so that's enough. Let's see what will have in the favorites. You can see now we have those two images that we have liked. So this is the website that we are going to be building in this video. So if you want to build something like this, you will learn a lot of things related to Django, Vue, Bootstrap, web scraping, user authentication, and more. So make sure to watch this video till the end, and at your own pace, of course. Before we start, I just want to mention that the source code is available on GitHub. Go to the description and you are going to find this repository. You can see here we have some instructions that you can follow in order to use the website and try it for yourself. You can see here we have the backend and the front end. So here we have Django, and I have the requirements so that you can install all the Python libraries very easily. And yeah, just follow these instructions and everything will work. After that introduction, we will start by setting up the project. First, let us start with Python. We need to create a new virtual environment. In my case, I will be using Anaconda to do it. If you don't have Anaconda, you can use Python's virtual environment module. So you can search for venv Python and you can use this module. So just follow the documentation and you are going to see how to use it. But for me, as I said, I will be using Anaconda. So open your terminal. If you have Anaconda, follow these steps. So in order to create a new environment, you need to run this command, conda create -- name, and here you can put any name you want. So for me, I will put APOD tuto because I have another environment called APOD. And we need to mention the Python version, so I will be using 3.11. Here, just click on yes and wait for these libraries to install. Okay, so everything is installed. Now, in order to activate the environment, just run the following command, conda activate, and here you supply the name. So apod tuto. And you can see here we no longer have base, but we have the newly created environment activated. Now, go to the video description, click on the repository link, and you are going to come to this page. So we need to install or we need to clone this repository. In order to do that, click on code, copy this link, HTTPS, or you can download the full project if you want to. So copy this, go back to your terminal, and here you need to have git installed. If you don't have git installed, just search for it. So git download and then download it. So you can see here they have a version for each operating system. So if you have Mac, click here. If you have Windows, click here. Or if you have Linux, click here. And follow the instructions, and then you can run this command. So git clone and just paste that link that you have copied from here. If you don't want to install Git, just download the project. I'm not gonna do this because I will try to go to a new folder and then clone it there. So I'm going to go to projects. Here I have a project called APOD tutorial, and then I will run the command. So git clone, paste the link, and you can see now it starts to clone the project. Now, if I go to that folder, so APOD tutorial, you see now the project is on my PC. So I have the same folders, so you can see backend, front end, and the README file. So everything is here. Perfect. So now we need to set up the dependencies. For that, go to the backend, and here you can see that we have this requirements.txt. We need to install the libraries that are inside of this file. So in order to do that, again, open your terminal, go to the folder, or go to the project that you have cloned, go to backend. So we need to go inside this folder, and here if I type in ls, you can see that I have all these files. Now, in order to install, let me show you what is inside that folder. So you can see these are all the libraries that we need. In order to do that, as I said in the previous section, all the instructions are here. So we need to run this command. Copy it, go to your terminal, and just paste it. Click, and you are going to see that now everything will be installed in one step instead of installing all the libraries one after the other. You can see everything now is installed. Now go back to the front end folder. Now we need to install the dependencies that JavaScript needs. So in order to do that, we need to locate this package.json. Let me open it and show you what we have there. So go back. Here we have front end, and this is the file that we are looking for. So I can open it with, let me see, I'll open it with Sublime, just to see what's inside. You can see, so here are all the dependencies that we need. It's like the requirements.txt file for Python, but for JavaScript we have this file that will enable us to install all these dependencies in one time, or in one step. So in order to do that, you can see now we are inside this front end folder. So click on or run the following command, npm install. Okay, if you get an error like this, you can add this legacy peer depths. If you don't get it, that's good. But if you get this these warnings, just add legacy peer depths, and this is going to resolve any problems. Perfect. Now everything is set up. The backend is good and the front end is good. So to test if the project is working, we need to run the following two commands. But before I do that, let me exit from the terminal, open my Visual Studio Code, or open the full project. Let me open the full project on Visual Studio Code because we need multiple terminals open at the same time. So open with Visual Studio Code. I am using Visual Studio Code. You can use Sublime or any other IDE. Again, so we have our folders here. In order to open the terminal, you can click Ctrl J or go to terminal and new terminal. So first of all, let me activate my environment. So conda activate APOD tuto. Good. Let me go to, or let me see, where am I? So I will try to go to the backend folder and then run the following command. So Python manage run server. Perfect. So now Django is running in the backend. So this when you see this, this means that everything is good. Now we need to have another terminal instance in order to run Vue. Let's go to the front end folder and just type this command: npm run serve. So this is gonna take a moment. Okay, perfect. So we have our development server running. So click here, so control click. This is going to open the website, and if everything is working, we are going to see the images appearing. Nice. So you can see everything is still working. And because I was logged in with John, if you remember, so this user, we have created this in the introduction. So we still have that user. Basically, we have all the users because I have given you my database that I have used for testing. Okay, so the images are here and everything is working. Let's go to today's picture. Yes, we have it. Let's go to trending. Good. And let's go to the favorite page. Okay, perfect. Everything is working. Now, before I end this part, let's talk about the dependencies. Let me open the requirements.txt and talk about the libraries that we have here. Let's start with Beautiful Soup. So this library will enable us to go to the APOD website and scrape the data. This means that it's going to take the HTML. Let me show you. So in the HTML, we have these tags, and inside the HTML, we have all the information that we need. So Beautiful Soup is a library that will enable us to fetch the data and then work with it. Beautiful Soup, we will be using it with requests. So requests is a library that will enable us to make HTTP requests. So using requests, we can give it the URL and it's going to get us or make HTTP requests like get, post, and other requests. Okay, so Django, of course, so we need Django for the backend. Everything related to authentication, creating tables, database, so all these things. So Django will handle that for us. We have Django course headers. Why we need this? Basically because this library will enable us to send data or communicate data between Vue and Django, because Django and Vue are running in their separate servers. You can see here Vue is running on a server and the port is 8080, but Django is running on another server, so it's 8000. This is a problem. Without Django course headers, if we try to send data between Django and Vue, we are going to get a course error. So this is not allowed. But using Django course headers, everything will be handled for us and we can communicate data between Django and Vue. After that, we have Django REST Framework. This is a library that will enable us to create endpoints. Endpoints are these links that you can see here. For example, when I go to the home page, I need to get the images. How am I doing this? I have this endpoint that I can go to, and then Django will give me the data that I need in order to display it in the page. And finally, we have Joser. This is a library that is going to enable us to authenticate users, create new users, and basically work with or make the authentication system very easy to use. Now let's close this file. Open the front end folder. Go to the package.json and let's talk about these dependencies. First of all, we have Vue. So this is the library that we are using, or this is the framework that we are using in order to create the front end, the page, everything you see here. Vue lazy load. This is a Vue library that will enable us to add these loading animation if the images are not loaded yet. So this is why we use lazy load. View router is going to enable us to create routes in order to navigate between pages. Okay. And finally, we have Axios. Axios is a JavaScript library that will enable us to make HTTP requests very easily, but in the client side, I would say. Okay, so these are all the dependencies that we need. I hope everyone is not having problems so far and the website is working for you. So this is very important because after this video, we are going to start fresh. We are going to start from scratch, and you need to have all these dependencies installed correctly so that you don't get any errors or any warnings in the next chapters. Okay, so this is the end of this part, and I'll see you in the next video. Hi again. Now we are going to start from scratch. I am going to create a new directory called APOD from scratch using my terminal. So I am going to navigate to the projects folder. After that, to the APOD tutorial folder, and then I'm going to create this new folder, APOD from scratch. Let me navigate to it. Okay, so now I'm inside this folder. I am going to open it inside of Visual Studio. Good, now I don't need this terminal anymore. Now we need two terminals. So you can click on Ctrl J and click on this plus button in order to create the second terminal. Why we need two terminals? Because we are going to create a Vue project and then a Django project. Let us start with Django. To create a new Django project, we use the following command: Django admin start project backend. I'm going to call my project backend. You can see it didn't work. Why? Because we didn't activate our environment. So make sure to activate the environment. If you have created the environment using Anaconda, that's great. You can use this command, conda activate apod. Okay, so I will use this one, or apod tuto. It's better because this is the one that I have created last time. Or if you want to use the venv module that comes with Python, you need to create a new environment in this folder and then activate it. Now I am going to show you a feature that I use so much in Visual Studio Code. Instead of retyping the command to create the Django project, I am going to bring this window. You can see, if you want to bring it, you can click on Ctrl-Alt+R. If it doesn't work, then click on Ctrl-Shift-P and search for run recent command. You can see, so this is the keyboard shortcut that I have used. If for any reason you see that there is no keyboard shortcut set for this command, just click here and configure it for yourself. So once you click on it, you can see this is a very handy feature. It lets you search the recent or the previous commands that you have used. Now, as I said, let's create the Django projects. So Django admin start project backend. You can see the folder now has been created. Good. Now we need to tweak some things. First, with Django, we can create multiple apps. And in our case, we are going to create an app called Scrapper. So let's do that. Let's use this feature. So the command that we are going to use is start app. So this is the command that I am going to be using. And this is the name of the app that I am going to use, Scrapper. You can name it whatever. But before that, we need to go inside this backend folder. So because in this folder, let me show you backend. Inside this folder, we have the manage.py, and using this file, we can create the app. Okay, so you can see Python, we use this file, and then we create the scrapper app. Click, and you can see, so we have a new folder. So here, basically in Django, a app is just a bunch of files that are inside of a folder. So because with Django, the thing is that you can reuse this app on another project. So this is why we create apps in order to concatenate, or in order to isolate some files. This scrapper app is going to scrape data from the APOD website. Now, let's add this to our installed apps. Go to the settings.py file. You can do this by clicking here and then click on the settings. But I want to show you another feature that comes with VS Code. So click on Ctrl P. This feature lets you search for files that are inside your project. For example, let's search for the manage.py. You can see here I can type manage, and you can see this is the file. I can click on it and it will open it. If I want to open the settings.py, I can do that here. So this is a very good feature. It lets you navigate your project very quickly, especially when we add Vue. We are going to get a lot of files, and this is going to be very handy. Here we need to go down and then add some apps, or we are going to use the scrapper and other apps. So in this installed apps list, let's add, first of all, REST framework. You remember we have installed this in the previous video. We are going to use REST framework authentication, auth token. Why we are using this? Because we are going to create users, and we need this to do that. Let's add course headers. Remember, all these apps are installed in our environment, so we don't need to reinstall them. Let's add scraper, so this is our app. And finally, Joser for user authentication in general. Okay, so these are the apps that we are going to be using in the backend. But we are not done yet. Now, let's start with Django course headers. We need to add some stuff. What I am doing now is just following the documentation. So don't worry too much. It's not something that is very hard. You just follow the documentation. So we need to add course, or let me just add it from the project so we don't waste time. So here we have course allowed origins. So let's use just this. As I said before, Django course headers will allow us to communicate data between Vue and Django. The link that we added here to this list is where Vue is running. Don't forget it, because we are going to see it once we finish setting up the backend. The second step is to add something inside this middleware list. Let me take it from the project, from the finished project. So it's this thing. Let's add this. In the documentation, they say to add this before this entry in this list. Okay, so now we are done with Django course headers. Now let us add something related to the authentication system. It is right here, REST framework. Okay, I am going to add it here. Here we are using the token authentication system. Basically, when we create a new user, we will create a token. A token is a string that is unique to that user. Once that user wants to log into the website, he needs to provide this token to prove that this is his account. This is a simplification of the token authentication system, and we are going to see it in details once we reach the video where we are going to talk about authentication. Now we are done with this settings.py. Let's go to the URLs. .py. So here let's remove this comment. Now here we need to add include to the imports and then add these paths. Again, let's go to the finished project so that we move quickly. We need to add these things. So here our app is called Scraper. Okay, good. Now we need to create this file, the urls.py, inside Scraper. Let's do that. So we have the Scraper folder. Let's create a new file called urls.py. Inside this file, let's take something from here. We are going to take this. We need to import path, and URL patterns is going to be an empty list for now. But in the next videos, we are going to fill in this list with paths, as you can see. Finally, now we are done with the backend. Let's switch gears and start working on the front end. Open the other terminal and use the following command. So remember, we are on the root folder. Let's see what we have here. So we have just the backend. Now we need to create the front end folder using the following command: view create front end. Let's wait a bit. We are going to get the view CLI. Good. So here I'm going to choose the third option. Here, if you want to choose something, you need to click on space. You can see here I want to choose the router, Vuex. I don't want linter, and I think this is it. Hit enter to go to the next step. Here we want to use Vue.js version 3, and do I want to use history mode for router? No. Where do you prefer placing config for Babel, ESLint, etc. in package.json? And I don't want to save this as a preset. No. Now it's going to create the project. You can see now we have two folders, the front end and the back end. Let's wait for this to finish and I will come back. The next step is to install the required dependencies. First, we need to install Axios using npm install Axios. Good. Now we need to install Vue lazy load using this command: npai vue3 lazy load. Okay. Okay, perfect. Now let's see if everything is good by running the following command. Here I have done a mistake. You can see that we have the node modules here. We have installed Axios and Vue3 outside this front end folder because I didn't navigate to it. I'm sorry about this. So if you have done the same mistake that I have done, remove these this folder and these two files. Remove them like this. Here, go to the front end folder and run basically these two commands: npm install Axios and lazy load. I'm sorry about this, I didn't pay attention. Okay, everything is good. You can see now, if we go to this package.json, we have all the dependencies installed. We have Axios and Vue lazy load. Okay, make sure to have this structure because this is very important. If you don't have the structure like this, you might encounter problems in the future. Okay, now let's see if everything is good by running the following command: npm run serve. This is going to start the development server, and what do you guys see? Doesn't this link sound familiar? Yes, it is the same link that we have added in the course allowed origins. Let me show you. You see, it's basically the same. So we have localhost and the port is 8080. Now let's open or let's click on this link, and voila, this is the Vue project. The next step is to remove what you see here, because we want to create our own pages. For that, let me remove these files because I don't need them. Let's go here in this front end folder. Let's expand the source folder. Inside views, let's remove the about view. We don't need this. Move to trash. Let's go inside the store and remove, let's go inside the router and remove the about view from here because the file no longer exists. Like that. Let's go inside the home view and remove everything here. I am just going to add a text saying hello world. I'm going to remove this component because it does not exist. I am going to remove it also from here. And finally, inside the app.view, we need to remove the nav tag. We need to remove the styling. We don't need it. And the last adjustment, we are going to make it here in this main.json. Here we need to import two things: Axios and Vue lazy load. Let's do that. Import Axios and import Vue lazy load from Vue 3-lazy load. Here we have two versions. We have Vue lazy load for Vue 2 and Vue 3. And since we are using Vue 3 in this project, we have installed the version 3 of lazy load. Okay, we need to do some more things. Let's take that from the finished project just to win time. Okay, let me copy all of these and paste that here. Okay, so let me show you what we have. You can see here we are telling Axios to send HTTP requests to Django. Here we are using Axios and Vue lazy load. Here we are using Vue lazy load again in order to show the loading animation when the images are not loaded yet. One more thing, we need to add this load.gif file. I am going to add it here inside the assets. So let me do that very quickly. I'm going to take it from this project. So it is here, loading GIF. Let me show you the file and how it looks like. Basically, this is a loading animation. So let's take it from here. And by the way, you can find these files in my repository. So if you want them, go there and download them. Okay, so we have the loading animation added to our assets, and Vue lazy load is now using it. Phew, that was a lot. I hope you have been able to keep up with me. Now we are ready to start the fun stuff. See you all in the next video. In this video, we are going to learn how to scrape data from any website using Beautiful Soup. First, let's see how to locate the important information in the APOD website. I will click on the Inspect button, and here we can see the HTML. Inside the Inspect panel, let us click on this button. Select an element in the page to inspect it. Then hover over any of these links. Let's click on the first link, for example. And now we can see that basically we have a B tag. You can see it is highlighted here. Inside it, we have all the data. We have the date as well as the link. So basically, if we can get this B tag, we can get everything. In this A tag, we have the title and this link. If we click on this link, let's open it in a new tab. We are going to get the details about this entry. So you can see here we have the title again and the explanation. Sometimes we have images and sometimes we get videos. these are going to be a problem for us because we don't need them. We just need the images. So we are going to handle this when we do the scrapping. Inside this page, if we inspect it, we can see that, let's not play the video, that was a mistake. Let's see. So we have this explanation or description. It is inside this p tag, and this video, or let me take another entry. For example, let's take this one because we have an image here. Okay, let's inspect the image. You can see it is inside another p tag. So here we just need to get the p tags, and on the home page we need to get the b tag. Okay, so this is where the data is located inside the APOD website. Now we are going to create a notebook and see how to fetch the data using Beautiful Soup. Let's open Visual Studio Code. Okay, so VS Code now is opened, and here is where we left last time. I'm going to add a notebook outside these two folders. I am going to call it fetching data.ipynb. So this is the notebook extension. First of all, we need to import requests as well as Beautiful Soup. From BS4, import Beautiful Soup. So let me run this. It is going to tell you to choose an environment. I am going to choose the environment that we have created last time, APOD tutorial. Now we need to copy the URL from the website. Let's do that now. So I need this link. I will store it in this URL variable. After that, we can get the HTML from the page using Beautiful Soup. So first of all, let's create a new variable called source. And here we are going to use the requests library to get the HTML from the page. Okay, and after that we are going to use Beautiful Soup to parse that HTML, and we are going to be using LXML for this. So now if I run this and then print soup.prettify, you are going to see the HTML being printed here. Okay, so we get an error. It says, do you need to install a parser library? Here, the LXML library does not exist because I haven't installed it in this environment. So let's do that right now. So let's just search for LXML install. Okay, so it gives us this command. So let's run it, but we need to make sure to activate the environment. Conda activate, or let me use the shortcut, APOD tutorial, and then pip install LXML. Okay, now I think we are good to go. Let's run this cell again. Okay, we have another problem. Do you need to install a parser library? Let me restart the kernel. Run all. Okay, so now it's working. We just needed to restart the kernel. You can see, so this is the HTML. Let me go back to the page. And here you can see that it is the same thing. So let me put them side by side so that you can compare. So we have here, let's open the head. So we have the head, and this is the title. You can see astronomy picture of the day, archive 2015. And basically we have everything. So this HTML was parsed using Beautiful Soup, and it was printed using this Prettify. If you don't use Prettify, you are not gonna get a good result. You see, so it's not formatted well, but using Prettify you are going to get a good formatting. To get a tag from HTML. For example, if I want to get the table tag, we can use the find method. So let's use that. So b tag is equals to dot find b. If I run this b tag, you can see it grabs the first b tag from the HTML, but sadly the data is located in the second b tag. So in order to get all the b tags, we need to use the find all method. So let's use that. Okay, and let's print b tags to see what we get. So basically we get a list. Let's see the type of this variable. So it's a set. That means that it contains a lot of b tags, if they exist, of course, in the HTML. So for us, we need to take the second one. Let's take a look at the second one, b tags 1. And here you go. So this is the data that we want. So we have the date, and after that we have the a tag. And basically we can now go through these entries one after the other. Now let's take the a tags inside of the b tag. Let's name it second b tag just for convenience. And then let's take the a tags from it. So a tags equal second b tag dot find all a, and this is going to give me all the a tags from this b tag. So let's print a tags and see what we get. Okay, good. So now we have a list of a tags, and now we can go and get the title as well as the link. Let's do that in another cell. Let's work with just one tag so that we can see how this works. So let's take the first tag, and to get the text from it, we are going to use the text property, and we are going to use strip on it to remove any unwanted spaces. So we can see that we got the title of the latest entry. So 0 is gonna get us the latest one, and you can see that it is the same. So HESS telescopes explore the high energy sky is the same as this string that we got from this tag. But how do we get the date? Because you can see that the date comes before, where was it? Let me print the second b tag, or let me just take this, print this here, and put that here in a new cell. We see that the date comes before the a tag. So with Beautiful Soup, we have a very handy feature or method called find previous. So let me store the date in this variable. So let's use this find previous method, and we are looking for a string. And again, I am going to use strip. Let's print this date variable and see what we get. Okay, so let's compare the date with this one. So it's 2023 September 6th, and it's the same date, and the title is the same. Okay, so this is how we get the date as well as the title. Now we need to get the images as well as their explanation. Okay, so how do we do that? First of all, we need to take the link, this link from the a tag. I'm talking about this. How do we do that? It's simple. We need to use the href. We do that this way. So href is gonna get us the HTML or the link to the website that we need to go to. But here we don't get the full path. If we go back to here, let's inspect this link. If I hover over it, you can see that this is the full link. This is the full URL. So it's HTTPS column and the rest. So we get just the last part. So the first part is fixed, so we can add that to our link, or into a new variable. Let's call it details URL. And it is going to hold this link. So HTTPS. Okay, so I think this is right. So apod.nasa.gov/apod. Okay, so this is good. Let's verify if this is correct or not. So let's print details URL. We don't need to add the print. Let's click on this website or this link. If it works, then we should go and visit the details page. Okay, so you see everything is working. Okay, this is good. Let's continue. Now we can repeat the same steps in order to get the image as well as the explanation. So let me copy what we have done before. I'll copy this and I will rename them to or I will add a details prefix to them. So here details source, and I need to change the URL. Okay, that's good. Now to get the image, we can search for the image tag, but here, as I said before, and this is the case with the last entry, we might not have images in the page. So we need to handle this edge case so that we don't get an exception. Let's see how to do that. First of all, I am going to create an image tag variable and I am going to search for the image tag. If it exists, that's good. If it doesn't, then we need to handle that. So to handle that edge case, we are going to use a try except block. So let's get the explanation first. So explanation is equal to p tags. Before that, we need to get the p tags. So let's add them here. So these are all the p tags from this page. Let's see them. You can see, so here we get the date, and I believe the second p tag has the explanation. Yes, so we are going to go to this, actually the third one, so because it's 0 indexed, so we are going to go to the third p tag and then grab the explanation from it. Okay, so let's do that. So p tags 2 dot get text. So this is the method that we need to use. We don't need to use strip here. And then if the image exists, we are going to store the URL here. So let's do this. I think this is right. So APOD NASA gov APOD image tag source. Again, where do I get this URL from? If I go back to this website, let's open this one. If I inspect the image, let's inspect the image. Okay, let me refresh the page because the inspect panel did not refresh. Okay, so now it's good. Let's inspect the image. So you can see that here is the source. If I hover over it, I get this. So HTTPS, etc. And the last part, it changes, but the first part does not change. So that's what we have here. So this is going to run if the image tag exists. If it does not exist, we are going to go to the except block. And here we are going to make the explanation equals to the same thing. So p tag, and then image URL it's going to get to be set to none because we don't have any images. And basically this we can put it here because it doesn't matter. Here we need to take care of the image URL. If it does exist, we can set it like this. If the image does not exist, this variable should be set to none. I hope this is clear. So let's see. The last, I think here it should not work. Let's see. Yes, there is nothing in this variable because, as I said, the last entry does not have a image. It has a video. But if we take another image or another entry, let's do that very quickly. So here, instead of taking the latest one, let's take this entry. Okay, so let's run all these cells. And here you can see that we got the image. Why? Because it exists. And if I click on this link, it's going to open the image. As you can see, so this is the same image that we have on the APOD website. Okay, so I hope that this process is clear, and congratulations, you have successfully scrapped data from the APOD website. Now we need to generalize this process for all entries. I'm not going to explain the code. Oh, sorry, I am not going to type the code because it is going to take some time. I'm just going to paste it and then try to explain it line by line. Okay, so here is the full code. First of all, we have an archive list. So in this list, we are going to store the data of all entries. Let's not talk about this function now. And here we are looping over all the A tags. The A tag is basically equivalent to an entry in the website. So all these entries are A tags. Okay, so that's why we are looping over them. We are creating a dictionary. In this dictionary, we are going to store the date, the title, the image URL, and the explanation. Okay, so this is why we are instantiating a new dictionary. Here we are getting the date and the title. We have seen how to do that, and the URL. This URL is going to take us to the details page. After that, we are calling this function to give us the image as well as the explanation. If we open it, here we are basically using the same thing. So you can see that we have the image URL, we have the explanation, and if the image tag exists, the image URL is going to store this link. If it does not exist, then image URL is going to be set to none. Okay, and after that we return the image as well as the explanation, and then we just fill in the dictionary with these variables or with these values, and then appending it to the archive. So I am going to run this cell and add a break here because because this is gonna take a lot of time. I just want to show you how archive looks like. So let's run this. And okay, so I added a break, that's why it stopped. But if I remove the break, it's going to loop over all the entries and add them like this. So you can see, so we have a list and it contains a dictionary. And this dictionary has keys with values. So the date key has this value. The title key has these values. So if I run this cell for all the entries, it's gonna take a lot of time. I have tried to run it before, and let me show you what happened. So here I have tried to run it, and it took over 30 minutes. And it didn't finish because I have lost connection, but it might have taken, I don't know, 45 minutes or even an hour just to scrape the data, because we have thousands of images there. And each time we need to get the HTML, try to parse it, find the p tags, find the image tag, and this process takes time. This means that this method is not good. Luckily, there is a solution that will make the process faster. This time I have the notebook prepared already. So I have called it parallel scraping. So don't worry, so the process is the same. Remember this function, we have used it. Here I have added another function to scrape the A tag individually, just to make things simpler. And here is the code that makes it fast. Why is this method fast? Because we profit from the fact that processors have many cores. In my case, I have 4 cores, and I can verify this when I go to the system monitor. So you can see that I have 4 processors, and this is why I have number of threads set to 4. But if you have a CPU that has 8 cores or even higher, you can change this value accordingly. This method just runs the code in parallel between the cores, and it reduces the time by a huge margin. When I have tested this method, it took me over 9 minutes to get the data, over the 30-minute plus that would have taken with the slow solution. And here I want to add one more thing. So we are importing pickle in order to save the data, because we don't want, when we close Visual Studio and come back, to run this script for 9 minutes and then work with the data. No, we want to run it once and then save the data and retrieve it or load it in order to work with it. So this is why we have pickle. So with pickle we can create a file. So it has the .pickle extension. It is going to save, for example, in this program, it is going to save this archive list, and then we can load it. Once we load this list, you can see that we get the data from it. And this is the process that we are going to use in our application. This data will be served to Vue to show the images with additional information to the users. In the next video, we are going to start creating the home page, so stay tuned. In this video, we will finally start working on the website. Let's open our web browser and search for Bootstrap 5 version 5.3 CDN. Bootstrap is fantastic. It will help us develop our UI very quickly. You can see here on their website. Let me use light mode so that you guys can see. We have a lot of components that we can use very easily. For example, we have buttons. They have some examples, and the best thing is that they give you the HTML. So all we need to do is to install Bootstrap and get access to all of these components very quickly. And you can see that we have some very complex components like a carousel, or let's see, a navbar. So you can get a navbar very quickly using Bootstrap, and you get the code, you copy it, you paste it, and then do some minor modifications. Okay, so let's go back and install Bootstrap. Let me show you how to do this. So we have download, and here we are going to use this method. They gave us a link and a script that we can attach to our HTML. So let's do that now. Let's go to our project and search for index.html. So in this file, we are going to add what we have just copied here inside the head tag. And yeah, now if we save this, Bootstrap now is installed, and we can use the components that we have seen in the website. Now I am going to create a component in order to add a navigation bar. So let's do that very quickly. Let's open the source folder. Inside components, I am going to create a new component called navbar.view. Okay, inside the template tag, we are going to paste the navbar from Bootstrap. So let's search for navbar. And here let's choose one that we like. So we have a lot of examples. So I'm going to choose this one. So copy it, paste it. Let's fix the indentation. Okay, so now everything is good. If you like to have 4 tabs, you can leave it like this. Or if you want 2 tabs, you can click on Ctrl+Shift+P, and here just search for indent using spaces. Click on it and choose 2. And here you can arrange this accordingly. So I'm going to modify it very quickly. Okay, good. Now, if I save this, let me add a script down below. Here, export default navbar. I'm just going to add the name. Let's save it and go back to the app.vue, and here we are going to import the navbar. Import navbar. So GitHub Copilot is giving me this suggestion, and yes, this is what I need. So inside the components folder, we have the navbar view. Okay, so now we need to add this export default. Here the name is app, and inside the components, we need to use the navbar. So now we have imported navbar. Now we can use it inside our template. Let's do that. Okay, so this is how we use a component. Now, if I run the server or the development server, we are going to see that the navbar is going to appear in our page. Okay, so here we don't need to run Django, we just need to run the front end because here we are just designing the page. npm run serve. Okay, so the development server now is running. Let's click on it and see if the navbar appears or not. As you guys can see, now the navbar appears on our website, and it looks the same as what we can see in the Bootstrap example. This means that Bootstrap was successfully installed, and now we can continue. Now let's customize the navbar. We will keep just one list item for now and call it home. So we're going to leave this and remove the others. Going back to the navbar component, you can see, so here we have the home. I'm going to remove all these list items. We don't need them. And I'm just going to keep this home page. Okay, I think this is good. Now, instead of keeping this navbar text, I am going to use the APOD original logo. Okay, so here are the two logos. I have two versions, one white and one black. We are going to use the black version for the navigation bar, and the white version we are going to use it when we add the images. So this one is white, we cannot see it, but the darker version we can see it. Let's see. So yeah, this is how it looks like. Astronomy picture of the day. I will make sure to put all the static files in a folder that everyone can download from the description. Okay, so now I am going to add I think everything, because I need all these images. I'm going to drop them here in the assets folder. I will replace the loading animation. Good, so now we have everything in our assets folder. Now we are going to remove navbar, and inside this a tag we are going to add a new image tag, and here we are going to look for the APOD logo. So APOD logo.svg, and here in the href I am going to use a slash. Why? Because if you remember, in the router, slash refers to the home page. This means that when I click on the image tag, this is going to let me go back to the home page. This is the behavior that we have in all web browsers or in all web pages. For example, if I click on the Bootstrap logo, this is going to take me to their home page. So this is accomplished using this slash. We are going to do the same thing here if we click on the home page. So replace that with a slash. Okay, let's save this file and see if the logo now appears or not. Okay, good. You can see that the logo now is appearing on the navbar. Okay, so far so good. The next step is to create a table in the database. In order to sort the entries, we will need the archive.pickle. Remember, you can get it from the notebook we created last time. I am talking about this notebook. We have talked about it in the previous video. No worries, if you didn't create the notebook yourself, I will be putting it with the other static files so that you can download it. So let me just copy it from this notebook and paste it here so that I can use it. Okay, so now we have the archive.pickle file in our project. Good. Let me close this Visual Studio Code instance. Okay, so now we have this. Let's see how to use it. Here we will create our table or model as it is called in Django. A table is basically a class with some fields representing the columns of the table. Let's start creating this class. So I will call this table gallery, and it is going to extend the model class. So models.model. And here I am going to copy paste the fields so that we can wait some time. Okay, I am back. So here are the fields. So I think they are straightforward. We have the date, the title, the explanation of the image URL. If the image is liked, we are going to see this. We are going to give the user the possibility to like images, and here the image likes count. In this function, I mean, you are not gonna use it, but it is helpful. For example, when you want to print an object, it is going to take the title and show it to you. But this is important. So class method ordering is equal to -date. This is going to order the data by date. So it is going to go, the first entry is going to be the latest, and we are going to go down until we get the oldest image. So if you do like this, date, it is going to start from the oldest image to the latest one, but we don't want that. I mean, it's just a preference. You can change that if you want. Okay, so because we have changed the database, we need to do the migrations again. So let's do that right now. First of all, okay, good. Visual Studio has activated the environment automatically. We need to go to the backend folder and run the make migrations command. You can see it detected that we have added a new model, and now we need to migrate so that we can create the table in our database. And let me show you that. If you have, let me open it first, open containing folder. If you have SQLite Studio installed, you can open that database and you can see that here we have the table. If I double click on it, we have all the fields. You can see you have the date, title, etc. And the ID was added automatically. And in the data tab, so far we have nothing. And this is the next step. We need to fill in this table with the data from the archive file. I'm going to add a new file here outside to show you how to fill the database .py. I am going to remove these after, so these are temporary, just to show you how to do some things. But we are going to keep just the backend and the front end folders. Okay guys, so to fill in the database we need this. First of all, we import pickle in order to open the archive file. After that, we have the gallery. So we are importing it, but this is not gonna work because we are outside the project. But I am just showing you what we need to do. And we are using datetime. I am going to explain why. First of all, we are iterating over all the entries in the archive. And if the image does not exist, we are going to skip this entry. We are not going to add it to the database. But if the image exists, first of all, we need to remove the column from the date. Because if you remember, let me show you why we need to do this. In this notebook, we can see that the date key has this expression, and at the end we have this column or this double points. We need to remove it, and this is why we did this. So we replace the column with, or double points with an empty string. So basically we are removing it. And after that, we are converting this string to a date object because Django expects a date to be in a specific format. So this is why we do this conversion. If we don't do this, then Django will give us an exception and it is not gonna save this entry to the database. Okay, and after that we are just creating a new object and then saving it to this gallery table. Okay, so now in order to run this, I'm going to do this command, python manage.py shell. So this is going to give us it's like an interactive terminal, or it's like a notebook. We can run things like this. So let me show you. So here I can import pickle, and after that I need to import the gallery. So let's see how to do this. So from gallery dot models import gallery. Okay, so it says no module named gallery. Why? Because let me show you. Because here the file is called scraper. It is not called gallery. So from scraper dot models import gallery. Now it is working. And finally, we need to import datetime. Good. Let's open this archive file. Let me copy paste this. Okay, so it is saying no such file or directory. Why? Because it is expecting me to give it the full path. So let's do that. Copy path, place it here, take this and paste it here. Okay, so now it is working. Let's see what we have in the first index. Good. So we have the date, we have the title, the URL, and the explanation. Okay. Now we need to do this. So I am going to copy this, and I will add a print so that you can see what is happening. Print entry saved. Entry saved. Okay. Okay. Let's just copy this and paste it here, and hopefully everything will work. Okay, so we can see that now the entries are being saved to the database, and we are going to verify this once that is finished. So when this finishes, we are going to click on this button, and it is going to see if the entries are saved to the database or not. So let's wait a bit, and I will come back. This for loop has ended, and we can quit this using Ctrl-D, and yes, so we no longer need this shell. Okay, and this script we can now delete it, but I will try to keep it because I am going to give it to you guys with the static files. Okay, so let's verify if we have data in the database. So I have clicked on this button, and as you can see, we have 2000 images and they are ordered by date. So you can see that here we have a ton of images, and now we can use these or serve them to view in order to show them to the users. Now we no longer need SQLite Studio, so I am going to close it. Now let's see how we can serve these entries from Django to Vue. For that, we need to make HTTP requests. From Vue.js, we will be using Axios. Let's go back to the home page file. Inside the mounted hook, we are going to add a method that will fetch the data from the backend. Let's call it for now get entries. So I need to write this dot, and here let me add it to the methods like so. So here I am going to import Axios because we need it, and here this method needs to be asynchronous because we are going to use Axios, and this might take some time. This is why we are making it asynchronously. So Axios dot get, and here we need to specify an endpoint. When we go to this link, Django will give us the data. So I will write it like so. So API v1, let's call it get entries like this. And then if we receive the data, we are going to log it. If something went wrong, we are going to log the error. But right now we don't have this link. We need to create it in the backend. To do so, we need to open the URLs file, this one. So in here we are going to add a new path. We are not going to call it gallery, but we are going to call it get entries. Okay, so get entries, and here we are going to create a, let's see, so let's call it entries list or something. We need to add this to the views, but before that, let me open the URLs in this folder backend, so we can see that we have API /v1/ and then we add to it get entries. Basically, this link needs to match this one. Okay, I hope this is clear. Now the next step is to create this entry. Let me call it, and okay, leave it like this. We need to add it to the views file, not this one, but this one. Right now we have nothing. Let's first add this class. So class. Right now I will leave it empty, pass like this, but we need to add a lot of stuff. And this is where Django REST frameworks come to play. We need to import some stuff from REST framework, like the API view and response. But before this, let's make it simple. We are going to make just a function, and then we are going to create a class. So let's say get entries. Let's call it the same. Get entries. We need to import views from import views. Okay, and here we can type in views.get entries. Okay, so this get entries, we have it inside this file views.py, and here we receive a request, and then we need to return something. So for now, let me return just a positive response, just to verify if the connection between Vue and Django is established or not. For this, I'm going to import the JSON response from django.http, and here I am just going to return a JSON response that says hello from get entries. Okay, if we get this from Vue, then we know that Axios and the HTTP request is working. Okay, so we are good to go, I think. Let's verify if everything is good. Okay, so now let's see if the Django is running or not. Okay, it's not. Let's run it. Python manage.py run server. Okay, so now let's open the browser. Let's see the console to verify if we have successfully received the message or not. So let's refresh, and as you can see, hello from get entries. So let's open the home view. So when we refresh the page, this hook got called, then we called this function, and Axios sent a get request to this endpoint. So this endpoint is located here. This view was called with the request, and then we just responded by saying hello from get entries, and this response was served or was sent to was sent to Axios or Vue, and in this then block we have showed the response that was sent by Django, and we got it here in the console. But we could, let's say, we could send a bad response just to see how that looks like. For example, instead of sending this, I can send the bad response or the bad request. And when this will be catched here, and we are going to see an error. So let's refresh the page. And as you can see, we got the error. So Axios error, request failed, blah, blah. So this is a message that is telling us that there was a problem. But we don't want that. We want to send a positive response. We don't want to send bad requests. Okay, so now we have successfully tested the HTTP connection. Now we can send the images. So now I will change this to a class. Class, let me call it entries. Okay, entries list. And here we need to extend the API view. Why we are using the API view, and why we don't use just a method? This is very handy because it will allow us to define views inside the class, and each view will handle a specific HTTP request. For example, I can, inside this class, add a method specifically for GET requests. I can have another method for POST requests, etc. So this is the beauty of REST framework. If we don't do that, we need to have a lot of functions like this, def get something. After that, we will need to say def post something. But we can have all these methods inside the class. Okay. So now we need to have this function inside the class def get, and I am just going to show you the code in order to win time. So instead of gallery, we need to import. Let me show you from those models, import gallery. So we need to import gallery. Here we are getting all the entries in the database. Let's remove this. And now we need a serializer. Why do we need a serializer? Because this entries, let me show you. So let's print the type of this entries. And let me hide this and this. And let's just return a JSON response. Let's just say message hello world, anything, just to show you this type. Now I'm going to refresh the page. Okay, we have an error because we need to change this to views dot entries list dot as view, because this is not a method. We need to convert it using as view. Now we will not get an error. Okay, I hope. Let's refresh the page, and yes, so we get the message. And here, as you can see, so the type of this variable entries is a query set, and this is a complex data that we cannot send directly to JavaScript. So that's why serializers are used in Django REST framework to convert complex data types such as query sets into Python data types that can be rendered into JSON or XML. For example, here, as you can see, we have a JSON response, and this is something that we can send to JavaScript and then read the data there and do some work. So that's why we need to create this serializer in order to do this for us. So let me remove this print. Now we need to create a new file inside the scraper folder, and we are going to call it serializers.py. In this folder, or in this file, we need this. So this is the serializer. We can specify the fields that we want to send to the users. For example, if I want to send just these 3 fields, I can send them. And remember, these fields are inside the models. So let me put this here, you can see that we have date, title, explanation. So we can take, for example, just the first three or just the date. We can do whatever we want here. So this is these names are basically the properties or the fields in this class. So we are going to take them all: data, title, explanation, and images liked. And now this serializer is going to convert, as I said, let me show you. It's going to convert this entry query set into a response that JavaScript can handle. So now we need to import this from serializers, and now I think everything will work correctly. Let's verify. So now instead of getting a simple message, we are going to get a list with all the entries. Let's see. So let me refresh the page. Okay, so we got an error. Let's see why. So the field liked by users was declared. I think I have a field that does not exist. Let's see. Yes, this is with this we need to remove it because we are going to add this once we add the authentication system. Okay, so let's remove it and let's leave just this class. Now it's going to work, hopefully. Yes, so as you can see, so we have 2,919 entries, and this matches the number that we have seen in SQLite Studio. If I expand this, you can see that the first image has a date, a title, explanation, is the image liked, and the image like count, and the URL. Let's verify if this URL is working or not. Go to HTTPS. Okay, so you can see that everything is working. Nice. I will stop here because I think this took a lot of time to get the entries. So I hope you have understood what we have done right now. Take a moment to digest, to understand what we have done, and then in the next part in this video or in this home page, we are going to continue designing the page. We are going to mainly focus on HTML now because we are done with the backend. Everything there is in the database. We have a way to get the data, but now the next step is to design this application because right now we have nothing and we don't have HTML to display these images. So in the next part, we are going to look at that. Now, let's continue designing the home page. We need to create the search section. So as you can see here, I have two tabs. This tab shows our current project that we are creating from scratch. And here I am showing you the end result, what we want to do. So we are going to start with this search section. I have removed the gallery just to focus on what we need to do. So here, let me explain. First of all, we are going to use Bootstrap. Here I am assuming that you are familiar with Bootstrap. If you aren't, you can use ChatGPT or you can enter to Bootstrap's documentation, and there you are going to understand the classes that I am using. For instance, I am going to show you one example. If I type Bootstrap containers, so as you can see here, they have a section about containers, how they work, the size of a container, the different classes, responsiveness, etc. If you want to know about the grid system, you can click here. And here you are going to find, these are the classes that I was talking about. So you see here, now they are using the container. So I'm not going to explain all these things because if I do, then this video will be too long. So this is where we left last time. I'm going to create a new component inside this components folder. I will call it search section.view. I didn't mean to do that. dot view. I am going to copy paste the code in order to win some time, and then I will try to explain it for you guys. Here I have added both the script and the styling because we need that. Okay, so let me save the file and see if this will give us what we need. So I will refresh the page. You can see that nothing happens. Why? Because here we have just declared the component. Now we need to use it. In order to use this component, we are going to go to our home view file. I am going to remove this hello world, and here I am going to import that component. So in order to import the component, we can use this import search section view. Okay, it will import it automatically. Here we need to add it to this component object, and now we can use it here. So I can type in search section. I will remove this view, I don't want it. Search section is enough. And this is it's a closing tag. Okay, now if I go back to the home page, you can see that here I have the same result. You can see that the title here is a bit bigger, but we can play with the styling or with the classes. Now let me explain to you how the code works. Okay, so search section. Here we have the container. This container is containing all these elements: the image, these texts, this title and this description, and this input field. You can see that everything is inside it. And here we have the image, and in this div we have the title, it's an H1, the description, and the input field. Okay, so let me show you what happens. Here we are using positions in order to place this input field on top of the image, because by default in HTML items are basically blocks, so they are going to appear one on top of the other. Let me show you. If I remove this position absolute, look what will happen. You can see that, let me remove also this position, this top, start, all these classes. Okay, so you can see that the title, the description, and the input field are below the image, because as I said, this is the behavior by default. Everything is basically a block. In order to prevent this, we are using positions. So with positions, it allows us to play with these elements in a way that is that will enable us to do something like this. So this is we are using a position relative. This means that I can place this search section. I'm talking about the title, the description, and the input field anywhere I want inside this container. And here you can find examples in the Bootstrap's documentation about positions if you want to read about them. This is something that we can use ourselves using CSS, but with Bootstrap you can do this very easily. So you can see that we have a lot of positions like static, relative, and absolute. In our example, we have used these two, and they have an example on how to use them. So this is what we want. We want to place these three elements in the center. So we need this, and if you scroll down, we are going to find that to center this square, we can use this command or this line of code. So position absolute, top 50, start 50, and translate middle. So this is going to place it in the middle. And you can see that they are using position absolute here, and in the parent div, they use position relative. So this is what we have here. So this is the parent div. It has a position relative, and here the child div has position absolute. And here we are basically, these are standard items, H1, P, and an input field. And in order to play with the margins and the paddings, we have these classes. So MT means margin top. If I remove it, let me show you what would happen. I will save this. You are going to see that this margin will go away. Let me show you. Okay, so this was the page. I will add it back, save. You can see that the margin was added. Let's see an example about padding. Here I have 5 units of padding. I'm going to remove this. So X means in the horizontal direction, in the left and on the right. So I will remove it. You can see that the width of this input field has increased because I have removed the padding. So that's why I have copied the code, because you can see that I have a lot of things to write, and this would have taken minutes to get something that looks like this. And here for FS means font size, and here we are using bold. You can see that APOD is bold, but the description is light. We have specified this here. And text white colors the text with a white color. If I remove this, you can see that the color is dark, but I want it to be white. This is why I added text white. Now we are not going to talk about the input field, because we are going to take a look at the search feature later on, but we have added this search query. So this is a variable that is going to store whatever the user has written here. If I write Milky Way, this value will be stored inside the search query. And when I hit enter, this will be handled when I hit enter. I am going to emit an event to the parent view. So the event, I can handle it here using @, and the name of the event, and then do something. Tell Django to give me the images where the description has something that is close to what I have typed here. Okay, I'm not going to talk about this, but we are going to look at it after. So don't worry about it. So basically now, if you want, we can remove this and we'll have no problems, but I will keep it. Okay, I hope that this was clear for you guys. And here, let me show you why we are using the styles. Because by default, the image is very big, so we want to crop it. This is why we are using this style. If I go back to the image tag, I have added this custom image class, and this is what I am using here. I am using CSS to have a max height. Okay, I want to constrain the height of the image, and I wanted to take the whole width of the container, and here we are using brightness in order to make it a little bit darker so that we can see the text. Okay, good. Now we are going to start talking about the gallery. Again, I am going to create a new component called gallery section.view. Here we need the template. Let's keep it like this. I will just type gallery and see if this works when we insert it in the home view. And we need a script. So let's write export default. So this is standard. Name component data methods. Good. So GitHub Copilot is helping me, and this is very good. Okay, so we have our new component. Let's add it to the home view. Let's import it first. So import gallery section view. Let's remove the view from the name, and let's add it here. Gallery section, and let's use it and see if that text will appear or not. Okay, so gallery is appearing. Good. Now we need to add a container. Let's do that very quickly. Let's remove this search section. We don't want it anymore. And here, let's add a container fluid. And inside it, let's type in gallery again. Okay, so now it is aligned with this image. Now let me explain to you the concept of this gallery. You can see that here, basically we have 3 columns. So this is the first column. We have this image, this image, this image. This is the second column, and this is the third column. And we are doing this in order to get this effect. It's called masonry grid. So if you don't do this and we have just 1 row and 1 column and let the images wrap around, we will have a lot of blank area here. For example, this image is very tall, but this one is very doesn't have a very big height. This one will force the row to be here, so we will have a big empty area here and a big empty area here, and the next image will come below this one. So this is why I have done 3 columns in order to solve this problem and get something that looks beautiful like this. And this and I want to talk about the ordering of the images. So this is the first image, this one is the second, this is the third, this is the fourth image, this is the fifth, and this is the sixth image. I hope you now know how the images are arranged in this gallery. And basically we are going to split the data into 3 sub-arrays. You know that we have roughly 3,000 images, so we are going to split this big array into 3 arrays, and each array will have 1,000 entries, and we are going to try to display them one by one in this in each column. Okay, so let's see how to do this in the code. So here I am going to create a new component. I will call it gallery column, just so that we don't repeat ourselves, because we are going to write a lot of code, and if we repeat it 3 times, it is going to be very hard to navigate this file. First of all, let me just create templates, and here I'm going to just write column. Let's add script, export default. Let's add the name. Okay, let's add components, or okay, let's just add components and data. Okay, this is enough. Let's import column inside this gallery section. To do that, we write import gallery column from gallery column.view. We need to put it here, and then we can use it inside our template. So gallery column and close the tag. Let's see if this appears. Let's add it 3 times. Okay, let's open Brave again. Let's go back to the website, and yes, we have column appearing here. So I will remove it. I will just keep 1. Now let's go back to home view. Now we need to store the data, because we were just logging it to the console. So I will add a new variable. I am going to call it archive. This is going to be an empty list, and here I am going to take the data and store it. So this.archive is equal to response.data, and now I no longer need this login line, so I will remove it. Now I need to pass this archive to this component so that we can display the images. Okay, so how to do this? In Vue, we do this like this. So column archive. So this is, and here we pass the array. So this name, we are going to use it inside gallery section, but this archive refers to this variable inside the data. Okay, good. Now we need to accept this this prop. It is called props. So inside gallery section, we need to add something called props, and here we need to specify the same name, archive. Okay, so now we have our archive. Now we need to split it into 3 equally length arrays. In order to do this, we are going to use computed values or computed variables. How to do this? Let me show you. Here I have added this computed variable. I am calling it sublists. This gives me the 3 lists. Here I have added a new variable to the data. I have called it number of sublists. We know in advance that we have 3 columns, but let's say that we want to change that to 4 or 5 or I don't know how many columns we want. So this will make this sublists dynamic. I can just change this here, and because I am using it here, I'm going to instantiate this sublists with let's say in this example 5 empty arrays. But we don't want that, we want just 3 columns. Okay, first of all, here this sublists is going to store all the, as I said, the 3 arrays. So here we are just basically this line of code will give me something like this, array of 3 empty arrays. Okay, now we want to fill in all those sub arrays. We do this like this. So here I am using the mod operator in order to know which one of the sub arrays I need to fill in or to push this entry to it. Let's do the first 3 passes or the first 3 iterations. When I is equal to 0, 0 mod 3 is going to give me 0. So I am going to push this entry into the first array. The next iteration, I is equal to 1. 1 mod 3 is going to give me 1. So I will be pushing this second entry into the second array. And lastly, when I is equal to 2, 2 mod 3 is 2. So this means that I am going to add this value or this entry to the third array. And the process keeps going until we reach the end of this array. And by the end, we are going to return all these sublists. Now we can use this and loop over all these sublists and generate the 3 columns. So how are we going to do this? So we are going to use v4. So v4 lets us gives us the opportunity to loop over an array. For example, we can do it like this. We need to specify a key. We are going to use index, and we are going to give it the sublist. Okay, so gallery column will get the sublist in order to show the images inside the column. Why do we give the data? Because as I said, the column needs images. For example, this first column has all these images. That's why we are passing sublist to gallery column. And inside gallery column, I'm going to receive the prop here. So we need props. I called it sublist. Okay, so let's add it. And here I'm going to just show you the length of this sublist. So we can use length. Here we are using this syntax that will allow us to use JavaScript inside. So this is going to give us the length. And because we have something close to 3,000 images in the database, we are going to see that each column has roughly 900 images or something like this. Let's verify. Okay, let me refresh the page. So we are getting an error. Why? Because here I have 2 servers running at the same time. So I need to shut down this one and run Django for this project. Let me do that and I'll come back. We have some problems. Let's see what it is saying here. So it is saying that they are saying that property archive was accessed during render. So we have a problem with archive inside gallery section. Let's see. Okay, so here I have a typo. I have typed propose. No, it's called props, not propose. Let's see if this fixes it. Okay, good. So you can see that in the first column we have 973 images, the same here and the same here. Nice. So this is actually working. Okay, let's see now how to show the images to the user and get something that looks like what I have showed you in the beginning of this video or in this tutorial. Let's go back to the gallery column. Here we are going to take this sublist and loop over it and show the images. Let's do that quickly. Let's start by creating a div with class row. Let's add a row here and let's put everything inside it. We do this because we are going to use the grid system that is offered by Bootstrap. The grid system always starts with a row, and inside the row we could have multiple columns or multiple rows. You can do whatever you want. So inside this row we are going to create a column. Okay, And because I have not specified the number of units, Bootstrap automatically will calculate the number of units. Because I will have 3 columns, Bootstrap would take 12 and divide it by 4 or by 3, and then put column dash 4 automatically. So I'm not going to do it. I will let Bootstrap do it for me. And I need to loop over all the items in the sublist. So item index in, how do I call it? Sublist. Okay, I need to specify the key. The key should be index, and the source of the image, I will put that here. So let me add the image. The source will be item.image URL. Remember, image URL comes from here. I am taking this property. And then I will add a class. So this is a class given to us by Bootstrap. It is called image fluid. Image fluid is like container fluid. It will take the width of the column. And I think this is it. We might need to add some other things, but we will add them later. Let's save this and see if this works. So let's go back to our website. Let's refresh the page. So now we should get the 3 columns with the images. Let me inspect and see what is happening. We have a problem. So we need to put this v4 and the key inside another div, and this div should contain the image. So I'm sorry about this. Let's go back to the website and see if it is working or not. Let's refresh the page. And yes, so now it is working. Because we need the column to be fixed, and what's inside the column will be generated automatically using the v4. I hope that you have understood what I have done here and why we had a problem before. Before it was creating a lot of columns, and this is not the behavior that we want. We want just 3 columns, and inside the column we want to populate it with images. Okay, so now you can see that the images are touching each other. Why is this? Because we didn't add any margins. So let's do that quickly. Here I am going to add a new class, and I'm going to add a margin bottom equal to 3. So now the images will have margins at the bottom. So let's refresh the page. And as you can see, so now this looks a bit better. Now we need to add a margin on top so that we separate the search section from the gallery. Let's do that. We need to go to gallery section, and here we can add margin top of, let's try 5. Let's refresh the page. Okay, so as you can see, now the gallery is separated from the search section. You can see that the images are appearing very quickly, so that's a good thing. But if I scroll down, you are going to see that some images are not showing, and we need to add that loading animation to indicate to the user that, hey, we have images, but they are still loading. In order to do this, this is very easy. Since we have configured view lazy load here, we have specified the loading animation. We can come here inside this image tag. I will copy this and paste it here. I will just remove this source to vlazy. And now when we refresh the page, you see now the images that are not loaded yet, view lazy load will show us the loading animation. Okay, so so far so good. Now, because we have a lot of images, the browser might have a hard time trying to show all these images at once. So we are going to add a limit. We are going to start with 50 images, and then at the bottom of the page, if the user have checked them all, we are going to show a button. When he clicks on that load more button, I'm going to call it like this, we are going to add another 50 images that he can check. So let's do that. This is very easy. We have our, let's see, we have our archive. So this array contains all the images. We are going to add a new variable. Let's call it limit. And we are going to instantiate it. We are going to give it 50. Let's start with 50 images. And here I am going to add a new, or I'm going to add a new function inside this computed values, or it's not a function, it's a computed variable. I will call it limited archive. This means that we are going to slice this archive array into something very small. We are going to stop when we reach limit. Okay, and here, instead of using the archive, I am going to use the limited archive. Okay, let's save it and see if this is working or not. Let's refresh the page. Now we are going to see that we are going to get just 50 images. I'm going to scroll through them all very quickly. And you can see that now all the images are loaded. Here I'm going to add that button. Let's do that also. I'm going to add it here inside the container. Let's add it. I have the code. I'm just gonna copy paste it and explain it to you. Okay, so let's indent this. Okay, so that's good. Here, so this is another computed variable. Let's add it very quickly. Show load more. I'm going to add it below this. Okay, so here, when we start, limit is equal to 50. It's less than the length of the archive, which is roughly equal to 3000. But when the user starts clicking on the limit button, we are going to increase the limit by a step, let's say by 50 each time. We need to keep showing the load more button if this is true. But if the user has seen all the images, we need to hide the load more button. Let's save this and see if the button appears or not. Okay, so as you can see, guys, the load more button is appearing. Now I'm going to add a hover effect. When the user hovers over the button, you can see that the mouse icon changes. That's good, but I want to change the borders also to be black to indicate that this is something clickable. To do this, I am using this. So mouse over, mouse leave events. I'm going to add this variable here, and I am going to instantiate it by false, because by default I'm not hovering on the button. So here, this is very handy. This Vue lets us condition a class based on a variable. So if is hovering is true, which means that I have hovered over the button, I'm going to add this border dark to here. If is hovering is true, border dark will be added to the class. And border dark is, again, comes from Bootstrap. It allows us to make the borders dark. But if is hovering is false, border dark will be removed from the class. So let's save it and see if this works or not. So now, when I hover over load more, you can see that the borders change. And thanks to these two events, mouse over and mouse leave. Now, when we click on this load more, I have changed the type of this div to be a button, which means that we can click on it. This method will be called, I will be adding it here. And yeah, when we click on it, we are going to add 50, or let's say 30, or any value that you want. We are going to add 30 to limit, and this, because this is the beauty of the computed variables. When something changes, they are going to be recalculated automatically. So 30 will be changed, which means that we are going to reslice our archive, and then update the sublists. Let's verify if this is working or not. So here I have the load more button. I am going to click on it and see. So remember, this was the last image in this column. Now when I click on it, you see more images are being added. Now in total we have 80 images. But if we keep scrolling and we want more images, click on load more. And it keeps generating images on the fly. And this is very efficient. So the web browser will not have a hard problem trying to load the 3000 images at one time. It is going to load 50 and then keep adding 30 images, and it is very easy to handle. Because when you have 3000 images, we need to get the images from the URLs, and it is very time consuming and it's not efficient. Okay, so now I will add an arrow here that will allow the user to click on it and go back to the top, because you can see that we might keep scrolling a lot and it becomes very hard to go to the top. I don't want to touch this, how do we call it, this scroll wheel or I don't know the name of it, but I don't want to touch it to go to the top, because that arrow will help me go very quickly. Let's add that. I'm going to make it as a component also, but before that let me close some of these files because I don't need them anymore. So I will be adding it here. This component I will be calling it back to top view. Back to top view dot view. Okay, I will call it like this, back to top. Let's add a template, and here I will show you what to put there, but for now I'll just put a text top, and we'll have a script export default name. Let's call it back to top. This is enough for now, and let's import it inside the home view. So import back to top. Let's add it here, and now we can use it inside the templates. Good. So everything now is working, and it should appear below the button. Okay, so yeah, it is appearing here, but we want to do the same thing that we have done with the search section. We want to use positioning in order to position this arrow here, and we don't want to care about the content. We want it to be on top of the content and stay here on the lower right corner. So let's see how to do this. But before that, we need to use another website which is called Font Awesome. This is an awesome website. We can use icons very easily. They have some free icons and they have some paid icons, but we can use free icons for this. So let's say top arrow, and here we can click on free. Okay, so we don't have something called top arrow. I'll just search for arrow. Okay, so we have something like this. Let's see. Okay, arrow up. Let's search for arrow up. Okay, so we have a lot of examples. In the finished project, I have used this one, so we will use it. We will use it again. Click on it, and here it gives you how to use it. You can change the colors, the size, or download it and then customize it if you want. But in order to use these icons, we need to use or install Font Awesome. We will do the same thing that we have done with Bootstrap. We are going to look for the CDN. So let's do that quickly. So Font Awesome CDN. Let's click on this first website. And here we need to copy the latest version, 6.4.2. And now let's add it to our project. Let's open the index.html and paste the link here. Okay, so now we can use icons from the Font Awesome website. Now let's continue working on this back to top component. I am going to create a new div. Inside it, I will put an image. The icon that I have showed you, I have downloaded it, and then tweaked it a bit in order to get something that looks like this. Let me, I'll open it with Inkscape to show you how it looks like. Because the default one that comes with Font Awesome, it doesn't have the inside colored. So I have colored the inside with white, and now it looks a bit better, because before the arrow was hard to distinguish it from the background. So that's why I have added this manually. So let's open it with Inkscape. Okay, so this is how it looks like. You can see that the color, let me add a background to demonstrate what I have done. So let's color it with black and let's put it in the background. You see this arrow, I have colored it with white, but before it was transparent. So this this icon I have added it to the static file, so we can download it too. Here in the source, we are going to go and search for this. So circle arrow up solid, yes. We will change the type to a button, and then we will add a method that will be called once we click on this icon. The method is called scroll to top. We will add it here. So let's do that quickly. I will add data first, okay, and then we'll add methods. Inside the method, I will add the scroll to top method. I will remove all these things because I don't want them, and let's show you what we need to do. First of all, let's just save this and see how the image looks like in the website. Okay, let's scroll down and see how it looks like. So right now it looks very big. So we need to use CSS for this. So I'll call it go up button. So this is a custom class that we are going to style for using CSS. So here let's add scoped. So using this styling, we are going to fix the width of the image should be 40 pixels and the position should be fixed, because as I said, we want the icon to stay here in the lower right corner. Let's save this and see if the image changes or not. Okay, so good. So far so good. You can see that the image is staying in the same place, basically. This is what we want. Now, if I hover over it, you can see that the mouse icon changes. Now, when we click on it, we want to go up. And one more thing we want is that we don't want to see the icon if we are here. We want to show it if we scroll, for example, if we reach this height. If we reach this height, or if we scroll until we reach a certain point, we want to show the icon. But if we go back to the top, we want to remove it. We don't want to show it. To do that, I'm going to add a new variable called show back to top button, or okay, let's call it like this. I like big names because they explain the intent of the variable. We need to do something. We need to add some events. Let me show you how to do this. We are going to add them in the mounted and before unmount hooks. So here we want to listen to the scroll event. When I scroll, this event will call the handle scroll function, and it's this function. So let me add it here too. So this is the function that is going to be called when we scroll. Let me show you. Let me log something to the console. Window scroll Y. Let's go back to the window. Let me open the inspect panel, console, and here, look, when I scroll, you can see that I am getting the current Y value, the Y axis. At the top, y should be equal to 0, and y indicates the position of this scroll wheel. If I move it down, the y value increases, and we can set the value to be, in this example we have it set to 500. If this value, if the value that I'm printing here reaches 500, we are going to show the icon. If it is smaller or equal to 500, we are going to hide the icon. Okay, good. So let me remove this line, we don't need it. And here, I'm going to add this. When I click, remember we have this click event. When I click on the image, I'm going to scroll to the top. The top means 0. We have seen this when we were logging the values in the console. So using this technique, we can go to the top. So now we just need to add a VF in order to condition this image by this variable, show back to top button. Okay, so now we should not see the image or the icon. You can see, let me refresh the page. We don't have the icon, but if I reach 500, we are going to see it. There it is. Now, let's say I have scrolled a lot and I want to go back to the top. Let's click on it. You can see, so that this function helped us go very quickly. So this is the beauty of this. So this is a feature that will make life easier for users. Let's load a lot of images. Okay, so now it becomes very hard. So look how many seconds I need to go to the top. But using this button, I can go very quickly. You see, it's very instantaneous. And why do we add this before amount? Before amount will be called if I want to go to another page. If I want to go to another page, I don't need to keep listening to this scroll event. This is why we do this. This is a good practice to have. So when you don't need something, get rid of it. Finally, we have finished working on this homepage. We will come to it later to add the hovering effect on the images, but for now I think we are good to go to move to the today's picture page. So see you in the next video. Hello everyone. In today's video, we are going to create the today's picture page. Let's open the navigation bar. Here we are going to create a new list item, and here we are going to replace home with today's picture, and we are going to change the href to today. After that, we are going to add a new page to the views folder. We are going to call it today picture view.view. Here I'm going to add the template, and inside the template I'm going to say today's picture, and then we are going to change that after. So let's add a script here. Let me write export default, and I'll just add the name for now. If I need something, I will add it. Good. Now we have the page. We need to add it to the router. So open the router folder. Here, let's import the newly created page. So import today picture view from today picture view. Okay, and here we need to create the routes. We used today, so let's change the name also to today, and here we are going to use the page. Okay, but here we need to change something, because in the first video, when we have used the view CLI, I have made a mistake. Instead of choosing the history, I have said no. So we need to change this in order to account for that. First, we need to change this to create web history, here also. And inside, we need to write this, process.environments.base URL. So this is going to take the base URL and it is going to add to it today. So let's save this and go back to the page and see if the link was added. And as you can see, yes, it is here. Now let's click on it. You can see that we have moved to another page, and right now it is saying today's picture because this is what we have inside the template. If I click on the home page, you see I get redirected to the home page. If I click on the logo, I will get the same result. Okay, and you can see that the images here are appearing. So everything now is working. Now we need to change this and show the image, the latest image. For instance, if I open the APOD website, we need to retrieve this image. So this is the latest image. Okay, so let's try to fetch the data. For that, we need to make a GET request. So inside the mounted hook, we are going to make a request. So here I'm going to use a function. Let's call it get today picture. I'm going to add it here in the methods object, and I'm going to import Axios because we are going to make an HTTP request. Here, this method should be async, and inside it, we are going to use await Axios dot get, and here we need to specify the endpoint. I'm going to create a new endpoint after I finish typing it here. So API v1 slash get today picture. Okay, so this seems fine to me. After that, when we get the response, I'm going to save it. And if something wrong happens, we are going to catch it here. Good. So far, so good. Now I need to create data object, and I need to store the today's picture object or today's picture. Let's call it data. We are going to store the response inside this data variable. Good. Now let's log the response and see if the data is going to appear or not. Okay, good. So now we need to create this endpoint in Django. Let's search for URLs, this one, backend / scraper. Here I'm going to duplicate this line and inside it I'm going to change this by get today picture. And here I'm going to add a new function or a new method called get today picture. I will keep things simple. Now we need to go to the views.py and add this function inside this file. So the method is called get today picture. I will copy it and paste it here. Def get today picture, and we are going to receive a request. Here we are going to use what we have seen here in this notebook. We are going to fetch the data, and we don't want to get all the images, so we are going to get just the latest one. Okay, let me show you how to do this. So I have added a lot of code, but it is very simple. First of all, we need to import some stuff like beautiful soup from BS4. Import beautiful soup. We need to import datetime and requests. Import datetime, from datetime, import datetime. Okay, good. Let's see if everything is working. Okay, so I need this get image and explanation function too. Let me add it very quickly. Okay, so the code is, so this is what we need to add when we want to get the latest image. So let me walk you through this code. Here we are calling this get latest picture. Inside this picture, we are getting all A tags, and we want just the latest image. So the latest link will give us the latest image that was added to the website. You remember here, if I go to the archive, we have these links, and the first link gives us the latest image. This is what we are doing here. Okay, so I'm saying to scrape the latest image or get me the data from this link. Let me see what I have inside this function. You can see that I gave it the A tag, and basically we are taking the date, the title, the URL, and as well as the explanation. And again, if the image exists, we are gonna retrieve it. If it does not exist, we are going to make it as none. So we are going to test for this inside here. We are going to test for that. If the image appears, we are going to show it. If it does not exist, we are going to show something empty. Okay, so let's do this. I think, as I said, so this is we have done this in this notebook, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time explaining what is happening here. So let's save the file. Let me run Django again. Okay, so the server is running. Let's see if we can make requests and receive the data. Okay, so let's see. The title is called Comet Nishimura Grows. So let's refresh the page. Okay, so we need to wait a bit. Okay, after some seconds, we have received the data. As you can see, the title is the same as we have here. Comet Nishimura grows. And let's verify if this is true or not. Let's take the image, or let's click on this link. If I open it, you see we have the same image, which means that we have recovered the latest entry successfully. Good. So now let's go back. Now we have the data. We need to show it in a way that is appealing. And here I'm going to remove this line because I no longer need to log the data because I know that it is coming successfully. Here is what I have done so far. I have created a container. Here I am showing the title. You can see that the title I have here set the font size to be 4 so that I have a big title on the top. Below the title we have this icon, so I have used Font Awesome to give me the heart icon, which will let me after that to like the image. Right now we don't have this functionality, but we are going to add it when we see how to authenticate users. Okay, so in this div we have the icon, and inside this div we have the title, and they are both inside a row. Okay, just to encapsulate things and to make it easier for me to read the code. Here I am showing the image inside its own div, and below it I have the explanation. And here again I am not explaining these because, as I said, this is bootstrap classes. You can find it in the documentation. And yeah, everything, as I said, inside a container. If I save this and go back, you can see that already we have a problem. The heart appears at the beginning. So we need to fix this. But if we wait for 2 or 3 seconds, we are going to get the result. Let me refresh the page first. It took a while, and this is not a good thing. I know. It depends if your PC is doing something in the background. I think because I am recording and doing a lot of stuff, my PC is doing a hard time trying to scrape the data. But we are going to save the image into the database and then load it quickly. Because this image was added recently, we don't have it in the database. So when we click on the today's picture page for the first time, we are going to wait for 2 or 3 seconds. During my testing, this was the mean duration that I was seeing. So in the first time, it takes 3 seconds to fetch the image and the title and the explanation. But after that, I am going to save it to the database. And then when I go back to the today's picture page, the second time, the third time, I'm just going to retrieve it from the database. It's much quicker. But we are going to leave this in the next sections. Now we are focusing just on the design, But after that, we are going to optimize the code even more. Here, as I said, we have another problem. We need to fix this. So the heart appears before the image and the content. So in order to solve this problem, so let me search for the icon. So here, I'm going to condition this on this data object. So here, initially, the object is empty. So I am going to see if there are any keys or not. Look what I am going to do. So here I'm going to use vif. I'm going to condition this div based on the so object dot keys. I'm going to supply the data and see the length. So if the length is greater than 0, we are going to show the heart. If there are no keys inside the data, like now, so when I refresh the page, data is empty because we don't have the image, we don't have the data given to us back by Django. So in those 2 seconds, data is empty, there are no keys. So this statement is false, which means that the button will not appear. But after those 3 seconds, data will be storing whatever we have here, and objects.key.length is greater than 0. So this means that we can show the image. Let's save this and see if it's going to work or not. So I have saved it. Now you can see that there is no heart, and after a while we are going to retrieve the image and we are going to see the heart appearing. You can see that we have received the data and the heart appears. Good. So as I said, the like system is not working right now, but we are going to add it once we add the ability to log in and log out users. Okay, so we are going to stop here, and in the next video we are going to work on user authentication. So see you in the next video. In today's video, we are going to work on the sign up page. We are going to do this. I am going to log out and then click on login. So first of all, we need to add these icons to our navbar because right now we don't have them. And we need to add a little bit of padding here. You see, we have in the finished project, we have some padding here. So we are going to add that also. So when I click on login, I don't want to do this. We are going to see it in the upcoming video, but we are going to design the sign up page. So we need to supply the username, the password, and we need to repeat the password twice. Then we are going to add this checkbox. So if I type in here, I cannot see the password, but when I click on this checkbox, now I can see it. Okay, and then here I can go back to the login page or submit this. If I didn't fill this form in a good way, I'm going to get these errors. So these errors tell me that I need to fill in the username and the password. The passwords should match. Okay, so this is what we are going to be building in this video. Okay, so let's start. Let's go back to our current project. Now let's go back to Visual Studio Code. I'm going to add the padding, as I said. I'm going to add it here inside the container. So I'm going to add a horizontal padding of 5 units. So as you can see, now we have that padding or this white space. Good. Now I am going to collapse this and then add a row class in this UL tag. Inside this, I'm going to add a column. Inside this column, I'm going to put all the links, and I will add another column where we are going to add the icons. Okay, so here you can see that we have the home page, and here we have the today's picture. Inside this column, I am going to add two icons. So here I am using Font Awesome to give me this icon, and this is the second one. Here, let me collapse this in order to show you what is happening. Here we are going to use this isLoggedOff computed property in order to know if the user is logged in or not. Let's say that the user is logged off, which means that the user did not register or did not log into his account. If this is the case, I am going to show this icon. So it's the black icon, it's this one. If I go back to the finished project, I'm going to show this icon. When he clicks on it, we are going to show the login page. And if the user, let me log in with a user. So if I log in, I'm going to show the username as well as this red icon. It's this one. You can see that if the user is not logged off, which means that he is logged in, I'm going to get the username and show this icon. So we need to add a lot of stuff, like this is logged off compute property as well as the get username. And we are using these in order to show a tooltip, like what we have here. You see, when I hover over the icon, I get a description that tells me what this button will do if I click on it. Now, let me save this and see what will happen. So first of all, we get this weird looking result. That's because we need to add some something to these divs. First of all, we need to add deflex align items center. Let's save it. Okay, so now this is good. But if I add background warning and here add background info just for debugging purposes, you can see that this row, let's add something here. I will add BG dark. Okay, this is not gonna work, so BG danger. Okay, so this row does not take the whole width of the page or the whole width of the nav bar. In order to fix this, I'm going to add width 100. Save it. You can see now that the row is taking the whole width of the nav bar. But here we need to put this column here on the right. In order to do this, we need to make the width of this column be as small as possible. To do this, using Bootstrap, we can do this by adding auto. You can see that auto will take the smallest possible width, and this is what we want. But you can see that this icon is not centered. If I add in a background to it, like danger, for example, it's not going to show, but you can see that it's not centered. To fix this, we can add something to this column. I'm going to add deflex also. Deflex lets us use CSS flexbox. And here I'm going to say align items center. Let's save it. And as you can see now, the icon is centered. Now I can remove these backgrounds because I don't need them. I use this a lot when trying to design the page. Sometimes I don't get the result that I'm looking for, but using this technique, I can design anything very quickly and see where is the problem. So now, as you can see, we have basically the same result. Now we need to show this icon if the user is logged in and show the other icon if the user is not logged in. For that, we need to, so now we are mostly done with the navigation bar, but now we need to go to the store. So this is the first time that we are going to use the store. Why do we do this? Because remember, we are using JOSR. If we open the settings.py file and have a look here, when we added the REST framework, we are using token authentication. When we create a new user, we are going to give it a token. A token is like a key, an identifier that lets me know that this user who wants to log in is real. If he gives me this token, I can make sure to verify if these credentials are correct or not. That's being said, we need to store these tokens. So when we create a new user, we want to store the token in the store, and then if we want to compare, we can get the token back. Here I'm going to add to the state is authenticated. This will let me know if the user, if someone is logged into the website or not. After that, we need the token. So this is what I was talking about. I'm going to store it, or I'm going to get it from the web browser, so local storage. Let me show you. When I click on inspect, I can go to storage, and here we have a local storage. Here we can store a lot of variables if we need, and then retrieve them. And let me show you here. Here I have some things stored in the local storage. You can see that here, if I open this, I have a lot of things stored in, and from between those things, I have the token. So this is what I was talking about. This user has this unique token, but if I try to log in with another user, I'm going to get another token. If I log out, you can see that the token is gone. There is no token. And this is how we are going to know if someone is logged in or not. When I did, let me go back. Let's open the storage. Here, when I did local storage does get item, I'm going to try to get it from the local storage. If it does exist, that's good. I'm going to store it in this token variable. But if it does not exist, I'm going to initialize token with an empty string. I hope this is straightforward for you guys. I'm going to add username. I'm going to store the user's username. And now we need to go to the mutations. Here I'm going to add some functions. For example, I can set the token manually if I want to. And here I'm going to say state.isAuthenticated is equal to true. And I can remove the token too. Let me do that. Remove token. Okay, that's good. And I can set the username. Set username. And remove username. Okay, good. So now we can save what we have added in this file and go back to the navigation bar. Here I'm going to add a computed property, computed, and I am going to add this is logged in, is logged off. I'm going to add it here. Okay, is logged off is going to be returning this dot store. So I'm going to go to the store and I'm going to look at the token and compare it. If it is an empty string, this is going to return true, which means that the user is logged off. But if this token is not equal to an empty string, I know that the user is logged in. So let's save this. Let's go back to the website and hopefully we are going to see the black icon. Okay, so guys, as you can see, we have the black icon, which means that no one is logged in. Let me remove this line. So as you can see, this is what we had before, but now when we add this, so everything works perfectly. So now we need to add, as you can see, we don't have the tooltip like we have here. So let's add that also. To add the tooltip, we need to go back to the index.html and add a script here below the title. So we need to add this. Where did I find this? Basically, if you go to Bootstrap's documentation, you can find that. If we search for tooltip, we are going to find these 3 lines. So if I scroll down a bit, you can see that here they say that we need to enable the tooltips by using this. So I copied this and then I have pasted that inside this script, inside the index.html. Now, if I save this file and go back to the page, hopefully after refreshing it, we are going to see the tooltips. So as you can see, so we have the tooltips. And the good thing is that we can specify the text. For example, here I can specify the text. You can see, so here we have login. It's this text that I have written here. And here I can change the position. For example, here you can see that it appears at the bottom, but I can make it appear at the top or in the sides. So yeah, this is how we use tooltips in Bootstrap. So let me close this. Now we need to add, so we have it already. You can see that we have the href. So this is gonna take us to the login page. So let's add it. Let's add it here inside the views folder. Let me click on it and add the login view and the sign up view. Okay, so here I'm going to add a template. I'm going to say login. I need a script, export default, and let's add the name. Let's do the same. Let me just copy and paste everything here. Here I'm going to say sign up, and the name should be sign up view. Let's save this and go back to the router. Here we need to import login view from login view, and then we need to import the sign up. Here I'm going to create 2 routes. The first one should be login, and let's change this to login view, and here sign up, and let's change the components. Good. So now we can close this file, and let's see. If I click here, yes, so everything is working, but we don't want to start designing the login page. We want to go straight to the sign up page. Yeah, let me, for now, I'm going to, instead of going to the login page, I'm going to go to the sign up page. So, but we are going to change this later because I want to start with the sign up and then show you how to log in users. Because the sign up is a bit easier to do. So if I click on login, I'm going to go to the sign up page. Okay, so this is what I want. Now let's design this page. We want it to look like this. So let's click here. So this is what we want. Now let's start designing it. So we can close the navigation bar. We can close this, and let's leave the sign up view file open. I have copied the code and pasted it just to win time. So let me close some of these divs to show you what is happening. First of all, here we are creating, we have a container, and here, so let's see. Okay, so we have this, but we need to add the styles also. Let's do that. Okay, after adding the style, okay, so this is what we want to see. Good, but let's see the HTML, and I will try to explain to you as much as I can. First of all, we have a container.fluid, so that the image takes the whole width of the page. After that, we are setting the height to be this value. So 100 VH means the height of the viewport, and here I am subtracting 70 pixels. Why? Let me show you. If I remove this value and save it, you can see that because we have a navigation bar, the HTML or the browser is giving this container 100 VH. So the height of the container is basically the height from this point till this point. That's because we have a navigation bar, we will scroll. So in order to remove this behavior, I have taken into account the height of the navigation bar, and then I have subtracted it from this 100 VH. When I save it now, you can see that we don't have the scrolling problem. Okay, let's now expand this. First of all, we have a div that contains the image. So here, this background is located here. Make sure to download the static files from the link that I have provided in the description. So here, if I click on it, you can see that this is the image that I am showing right here. Okay, so here we have image fluid, and then I have added a custom class. Here we are setting the height to be 100% because we want the image to take the whole height of the container. After that, we are setting object fit to cover so that the image looks great. If I remove this, you can see that the image doesn't look good. But using cover, the image doesn't look stretched out. And this is what we want. And here we are adding a brightness because the image, as you can see, it's hard to read the text. This is why we added this we lowered the brightness. Okay, good. Now, don't pay attention to these classes. I'm going to go back to them. Now we are seeing the main components, but after that we are going to look at the details. Inside this div, we have the form. So basically what we have here is a form. We need to specify the username and the password and the repeat password. Okay, so let's see. First of all, here, let's close this. Inside the form, we have 3 input fields. The first one is for the username, the second one for password, and the third one for repeat password. And after that, we have the checkbox. So the checkbox is another input field. And you can find this if you visit the Bootstrap's documentation. Go there and search for input field or search for form, and you are going to get this. So basically you are going to copy this and paste it here. After that, we have added some variables to store the username, the password, the repeat password, and here we have added this Boolean value so that we can toggle the visibility of the password. By default, we are hiding it, but if I make this false, I can show the password. And we are using these, as I said, to store the values. How do we do this? In Vue, we use vModel. So because we have an input field, we can use vModel to take whatever we type inside this input field and store it in the corresponding variable. For instance, this input field is for the username, for setting the username here. Now I am typing, and whatever I type here is going to be stored in the usernames, in this username variable that I have added in this data. I hope this is clear. Let me close these input fields because now we know what they are doing. Let me show you the password, because here you can see that we are using this Boolean value to either show or hide the input. Because we have an input field, we can specify the type. So the type can be text or number, password, email, etc. here, if the type is set to password, we are not going to show the user. Okay, let's see. Let me refresh the page. Or let's go back here. If, as you can see, if the type is set to password, we are not going to show the user anything. But if the type is set to text, like we have in the username, we can see what the user is inputting. And this is what we do. When we click on show password, we are just changing the type from password to text. And this is what we are doing here. If show hide password is true, we are going to set the type to password. If it is set to false, the type will be text. Okay, I hope this is clear. So now let's collapse these two divs also. And here we are doing the same thing. We are just, if this is true, we are going to show, we are going to condition this text. If this variable is set to true, we are going to show this text. If it is set to false, we are going to show hide password. This is what we are doing here. And finally, we have this checkbox. When we click on the checkbox, we are just changing this value. If it is set to true, it will be false. If it was false, we are going to set it to true. I think this is simple. And here, if we click on this link, we are going to go to the login page. But for now, we did not design it. Okay, so as you can see, this is very simple and everything is inside a form. And here, when we click on this button, we are going to call this function, so the submit form. And then I will explain to you what is happening here. In order to show the errors like we have here, don't save, I have added this div and this two variables. First of all, errors is going to store how many errors we have. For example, in this case, we have stored two errors. The first one related to the password field and the second one related to the other one. And we have this Boolean value show alert dialog. If it is set to false, there is no alert, but if we set it to true, we are going to show the error dialog or the alert dialog. So this is what I have done here. If alert dialog is true, we are going to show the alert dialog. Inside, we are looping over this errors list and just showing what we have here. Okay, you can see that we are showing the text that we have added to this errors list. This is very simple. Let's close it. And everything is inside a column and inside a row, inside the container. And here we did the same thing that we have done in the search section. We have used positions in order to place this form on top of the image. So we have used position absolute as well as position relative. And here we specified top 50, start 50 in order to put this in the center. So we have seen this in the search section. That's why I'm not going to explain it in details. Okay, so I hope that the design is straightforward. And now let's see what happens when we click on the submit button. Let's save this and see. Let me see one thing here. This is good. This is good. This is good. If I click here, you can see that I can see the password and this message has changed. If I click here, I go to the login page, but right now we don't have the design. Let me go back. Okay, so now we need to show the errors. Let's see how to do this. First of all, if I click on the button, let me show you, I am going to call this submit form. Inside this function, I am instantiating this errors to an empty string, to an empty array. After that, I am comparing. If the user did not input anything here, I am going to add to this list this message. If he didn't enter the password, I'm going to add the password field is required. If he didn't supply the repeat password, I'm going to add this message. And if the two password doesn't match, I'm going to add this message, this error message. And here, basically, if we see that we have an error inside this errors list, we are going to show the alerts dialog and return. Because we have a problem, we don't want to create a user with missing information. But if everything is good, we can continue. But now let me show you. If I click here, nothing. I am showing these errors. So you can see that here we have the username field is required, and this is exactly what we have here. After that, we have the password field is required. And now, when I let me create a new user. Let me call it Muhammad. Now, if I click on submit, this error is not showing because username is not an empty string. Now let's add a password. Here, now if I click on submit, now I have the other error. The repeat password field is required because I didn't input anything here. Let me add it here and oh, what's happening there? Let me copy this and paste it here. And I will change 2023 to 2022. Now, when I click on submit, I am just seeing this error. But now let me go back and make it 2023 again. And let's continue explaining what is happening here. If everything is good, like this case, everything is good now, we are going to continue because this statement is false, which means that we cannot return. We are going to take this information and store it in this form data object. After that, we are using Axios to set the authorization to null. Why we are doing this? Because we don't have users. We need to create a new user, which means that we don't have a token. So when we want to log in users, we are going to specify the token here. But because we don't have users, we are going to say that, hey, we don't have a token because we want to create a user. This is why we are doing this. After that, we are making a post request where to API v1 users. And with this request, I am sending this data in order to create a new user. This comes with Joser when we install it. Let me show you, because when we go to the URLs, look, so here we were adding before the URLs or the endpoints here inside this file, but you can see that we don't have, let me put this here to see. So we don't have users inside our own file, but this comes with Joser. Let me show you. If I open URLs, this one, you can see that we are using Joser, and inside this file we have this endpoint, and we can verify this when we go to Joser Python documentation. We can see that they have a lot of available endpoints, and the endpoint that we have used so far is users. This endpoint gives us the opportunity to create new users, and here they have a lot of endpoints. For example, here if I want to reset the password of a specific user, I can go to here. If I want to set the username, I can go to here. If I want to log in, we are going to see this after, I can use this specific endpoint. Okay, so you can go to Joser's documentation and read. So they have a lot of examples if you want to look at them. Now let's go back. So if everything is good, Joser will return a positive response. And here we are going to clear the errors list, remove the alert dialog, and then redirect the user to the login page. For now, we don't have the login page created, but this will work. So this is going to take us to the login page, even though we have nothing there. We have just a text. After that, we are going to log something to the console just to show that the user created his account. If something wrong happens, we are going to show that something went wrong in this alert dialog. Now let's test this and see if it is working or not. So here, let's create the user. So Mohammed. The password will be this, 2023. Let's see if they match. Good. Submit. Okay, so we have an error. Let's see if Django and Vue are both running. Okay, we have an error because Django is not running. And here I need to stop the finished project and then run the npm run serve command. After that, I need to open a new terminal. Here I need to go to the backend folder. The environment is activated, that's good. And run this command, run server. Okay, so everything seems to work. Let's go back to the page. Now, let me open the console to see if everything is good. Let's click on submit. Okay, so I think I need to refresh the page. No, we need to change this to 8080. So let's go back here. Okay, so this is the page. Let's create the user, Mohammed 2023. Copy, paste, submit. Okay, we still have an error. I don't know why. Let's see, what do we have here? So we have a bad request, which means that either the username is not good. Let me add something, Mohammed NASA or something. Submit. Okay, so now that user was accepted. You need to take a look at Joser because I think they are testing the username. It should be in a specific format, but if you do that, the user will be created automatically. Now, if I go back to the admin page or to the admin space, let me connect with my admin user. Oh, I don't have an admin user. Okay, let's create a new one. So let's stop this. Here, let's create a user. So super user. This is how we create the user. Python managed by create super user. I'm going to name it admin. I don't want the email, so just hit enter. Set the password, and here yes, because I didn't specify a very strong password. But I still want to keep it. Let's run the server again. No, this is not what I want to do. I want to do this. Now I think I can log in with my admin user. Okay, good. Let's create all users. This is the user that we have created so far. That's so far so good. Everything is working. Let's try to create another user because why not? So here I'm going to create a user called Jake. Jake 2023. Let's keep things simple. Click on submit. Okay, so this user was created successfully. Let's verify here that the user indeed exists. Let's refresh the page. And as you can see, Jake was added to the users table. So far, we don't have any tokens because we didn't log in. But if we log in, we are going to get the token for each one of our users. Good. Now we can stop here and then in the next video work on the login page. But before I forget, let me go back to the navigation bar, and I need to set this to login because this is the behavior that we want. If I log in now, if I click on this button, I will go to the login page. Good. So see you in the next video. Hello everyone. In today's video, we are going to work on the login page. Let's open the login view file. Here I'm going to, as I did in the sign up page, paste the code and then try to explain it to you guys. First of all, we have a container, and here let me go back to the page and see if everything looks good. Okay, so everything looks good. Here we are taking into consideration the height of the navigation bar. Inside this container, we have our image. Here we have the custom class so that we can make the image take the whole height of the container and make it a little bit darker. So you can see that so far we have repeated the same things that we have done in the sign up view. Inside this div we have the form, and this form contains these two input fields as well as this checkbox. Let's see them. So this is the first input field. We are using this variable to store whatever we have written in this field. We do the same thing for the password, and again we are using this show hide password boolean variable to either show or hide the password. So let me collapse all these input fields, and here you can see that we have the checkbox. If we click on it, we just invert the value of the show hide password variable. And if we click here, we are going to go to the sign up page. Let's do that. So now I can navigate between the login and sign up pages. So what is so you can see that so far we haven't done anything new. Everything still remains the same. We just removed one input field. Here we have 3, but now we have just 2. So let me close this form. Now you can see that when I click on the button, I am going to submit the form. And here I am going to enter the same credentials that we have used to create, I think, Jake. So this is how we called our user. Let's verify. Let's go to here, admin. Let me go to users. So yeah, I'm going to use Jake for this video. And here, if I go to tokens, so far we have no tokens because we didn't log in. But when we log in, we are going to get a token for Jake. So let's see. Now, if I enter the username and password and click on the submit button, this function will be called. Here I am not testing if username or password are empty strings, because if I try to log in with a set of credentials that are wrong, I am going to get an error. So there is no need to tell the user to type something that is not empty, because we are going to get an error here, and this is good. So we are just saving this username and password into this object that we called form data, and here we are removing whatever token we had in the local storage, and we are doing the same here with Axios. It's like we are preparing to get a new token. This is why we are doing this. And now we are using Axios, and again here this is an endpoint that is provided by Joser. You remember last time I have showed you this in their documentation. Let's see that one more time. You can see that here we have token login. Okay, now let me show you. If I try to log in like this, if I click on submit, I get an error because nothing is valid. So this is the catch block, and this is the message that you have seen. invalid username or password. We are showing the alert dialog. But if I type in the correct credentials, the then block will be executed. Here we are getting the token from the response. We are setting it here as a header to Axios. After that, we are storing the token in our local storage. We are storing the username, and don't worry about this, we are going to see it later. And after that, we are redirecting the user to the home page, and we are replacing the history so that he cannot go back to the login page. And after that, we are showing this message. But here I have two things that are new. So commit, when I call commit, let me show you. Let's go back to the store. When I call commit, I need to give it a function. And the function that I have there is this one. So set username, it's this one. I'm giving it the new username and storing it into this state variable. But here, look what I have done for the login. I could have done the same thing in order to store the token. But because I am inside an asynchronous method, I have used the actions. So here I need to add something to the actions. And I have called it login. So basically, we are doing the same thing. Instead of calling commit here, we are calling it inside the actions. And this is very good because it separates the logic for handling asynchronous operations from the logic for updating the store. I hope this is clear. But as you can see, we are doing the same thing. So local storage.setItem, we are storing the token into, we are saving the token into the local storage and adding it to the headers. And we are calling commit so that we store the token inside this state variable. Now we are ready to test this and see if it is working or not. So let's do that very quickly. Now I am going to use John, as I said. So here, John 2023. So this is the password. Let's click on submit. Okay, so we have, so something went wrong. I don't know if I have forgot the password or what. Let's see. It's called Jake. It's not John. The user is called Jake, and here Jake 2023. You see, if the credentials are not correct, we get the error. Okay, so we have an error. It says that Axios is not defined. Let's see. So Axios is here. Why is it saying Axios is not defined? It's not defined because I need to add it here in the store. I'm sorry about this. I should have added that before. So import Axios. Sorry about this. Let's go back and test. Use Jake 2023. Let's submit. Okay, so as you can see, now I am logged in. I get the message successfully logged in, and I was redirected to the home page thanks to this line, this .router.push, and here I am specifying the name of the page that I want to go to. And this name, where do I get it from? I get it from the router. You remember we have this name property or this name key. And here I am replacing the history so that I cannot go back. Now if I try to go back to the login page, I can't because it does not exist in the history. So now I am logged in, and let's verify if this is correct or not. Let's go to the storage. Let's open the local storage. And now you can see that we have the token created and the username is Jake. Now let's verify. Let's open the tokens. You can see that a new token was created for user Jake. So now we need to show the user next to this icon. And after that, we need to take care of logging out the users. Let's do that quickly. We need to go back to the navigation bar. We have this computed property, so we need to add it here. Get username is very basic. So we have stored the username into this state in the store, so we can retrieve it. Let's see if this is working or not. Okay, so guys, as you can see, Now I have the name of the username next to the icon. Now when I click on this icon, I need to log out the user. Let's see how to do this. Remember, in the navigation bar, we have this function that we need to create. Inside methods, we can add this function like so. So this is the logout function. First of all, we log this message to the console. After that, we need to remove the token from the headers because we are disconnecting the user. We need to do the same thing and remove the token and username from the local storage as well as the store. Okay, this function we don't need it, we will see it later. So this is very basic, this is what we need to do. Now let's save this file, let's go back to the page, let's click on this button. Let me refresh the page first. So let's verify if we have the token. Yes, we have it. Let's click on this button. Okay, so nothing is happening. Why is this? Let's verify. The problem is I have declared methods inside the computed property. I am sorry about this. I need to add it outside. So now when I save this, let's see, so we have that there, this should be here, and everything is good now. Let's test. Okay, so let's go back to the local storage. Let's click on this button. Okay, Axios is not defined again. Okay, so we need to import it. I keep forgetting to import Axios, so let's do that quickly from Axios. Let's test again. Okay, so as you can see, the token was removed from the local storage. We don't have the user, and now we get the chance to log in again. Let's do that quickly, and let's use the other, or let's create a new user. Let's call it Ayman 2023. I try to keep things simple. Let's see if everything is correct. Okay, submit. Okay, we have a problem again. Let's do NASA, submit. Okay, so the user now was created. Ayman NASA, Ayman 2023. And we should be able to see the name here, and we need to be redirected to the home page. Submit, don't save, and yes, this is working. Good. So we have the username here, and I was redirected to the home page. If I want to log out, just click here, and now we can repeat the process. Good. So now we can like images, we can have the trending page, the favorites pages. So we are getting there. Okay, I hope that you found this video interesting and everything was working with you. In the next video, we are going to come back to the home page, click on the images, and show to the users the modal where they can read about the image, they can like it, they can download it, and we are going to add a little overlay here when we hover on the image. Okay, so we are going to see all these things in the next video, so stay tuned. Hello everyone, in today's video we are going to add the image overlay when we hover on any one of these images. We are going to show in this overlay the title, the image, as well as the logo down below. After that, when clicking on any image, we are going to show a modal. There we are going to show the title, give the possibility to like and download the image, show the image as well as the explanation. Okay, so these are the things that we are going to do in this video. So let's start with the image overlay. If you remember, let me go to the home view. Inside the home view, we have the gallery section. Inside the gallery section, we have gallery column, and each one of the 3 columns we have a lot of images. So as you can see, so inside this file we need to add an overlay for this image tag. Let's see how to do this. I have pasted the code as well as some styles. Let me go back to the page and see if I have the result that I want. Okay, so as you can see, we have the title on the top left corner, and the logo is on the lower right, on the lower left corner. So this is what we are looking for. And when we click on it, we want to show the modal. Right now we don't have that functionality, but we are going to add it later. Okay, this seems good to me. Let's see how we did this. So first of all, I have added this image container to this div. Let's see what we have there. So remember, we are using the same technique that we have used twice. When we talked about the search section, we used position relative in the parent div. So this is the parent div. We have added position relative to it, and cursor pointer, so that you see, so this is the cursor changes when we hover on the image. And yeah, after that, the div that is inside, or the child div, will have position absolute, as you can see. So the overlay div has position absolute. We are doing this in order to make the div or the overlay comes on top of the image. Okay, so remember, if you want to do something like this, use position relative in your parent div or container, and the child div should have position absolute. Okay, so let me close this tag. So as you can see here, this div has the overlay class. I'm going to talk about this later when we want to talk about the modal, and this too. Don't pay attention to it. We are going to come back to it. After that, we have basically this is how we are showing the content. Here we have the title as well as the image, and here I have this empty row. Why? If I remove it, let's see what results we will get. You can see that the logo is touching the title, but when I add the row, let me show you by adding background info just for debugging purposes. So as you can see, this empty row will take this empty space so that we can separate the title from the logo. So this is why I am using this empty row. Now let's see how to add the modal. When we click on this image, we want to show the modal where we can like and download the image and read the explanation. So this is why I added @click. So here I want to inform the parent class or the parent view, which is gallery section, that I have liked an image. So how do I do this? I need to emit an event, and the event is called selected item, and I'm going to return this image that I have clicked on. So here I need to listen to this event. How do we listen to events? So basically we use the @ symbol, and here I need to type in the name of the event. Here you can see that inside the gallery column we have the camel case syntax, but here we are using dash instead of the capital I. And here I will emit the event back to the home page. Where is the home page? It's this one. So here I will do this. So I will emit the event again to the parents. So from gallery column, we have emitted an event and we captured it here inside the gallery section. Now we are going to do the same thing. We are going to emit the event from the gallery section to the home view, and here we need to listen to the event. Okay, so for that we are going to add this. So this is the selected item, and value will store the item that we have clicked on or the image that we have clicked on, and inside our data we will add that selected item. So we are just going to store it. Initially it's empty, but when we receive the value we are going to override the value of selected item. Now let's see if this is working or not. We will not get the modal, but I just want to see if this value will change or not. For that we are going to use Vue developer tools, or Vue dev tools as they call it. Here I am going to click on the home view, and right now you can see that selected item has nothing. But let me click on this image. Okay, I am getting an error. So this.config is undefined. Okay, let's go back to the console. Okay, so they are telling me that the modal does not exist. Okay, easy fix. We are going to remove. Okay, let's go to the gallery column. We need to remove this. Now let's save the file. Let's go back. Let me clear this error. Let's go back to the Vue dev tools. Now let's click on this image. You can see that selected item is still an empty string. But if I refresh the page, or if I refresh this, you can see that I am getting the data or the selected item. And you can see, let's verify the title. So here it says Meteors Along the Milky Way. And this is the exact title. Let's click on this image. Let's refresh. You can see that it says a season of Saturn. And yes, this is the item that we have selected. Why we did this? Now we have the selected item. So when we want to show the modal, we are going to give it this data so that we can display it in any way we want. I hope everything is clear. Now we are going to move to creating the modal. So we are going to add this back. Now we want to go to Bootstrap 5.3. And instead of tooltip, we want to search for modal. Okay, so this is what we are looking for. Let's go down. So this is how the modal looks like. Let's see the demo. Okay, so for example, here we can put the icons, the like, and the download buttons. Here we can put the image with the explanation, and we can remove the footer if you want. Basically, a modal contains 3 parts: the header, the body, and the footer, and everything is inside a div called modal. Let's see. So this is the structure of the code. You can see that here we have the modal, here we have the header, the body, as well as the footer. And you remember, these are the things that I have used here. So these are the things that I have used. Now so this is, it's like a button that you need to click on in order to show the modal. And here it says the target is example modal, and this is the ID. So now we need to copy this and paste it into a component. And once we click on this div, we are going to show the modal. So here they did a button, but in our example, it's the image. When we click on the image, we want to show the modal. Okay, so let's create a new component. Let's call it image details dot view. So gallery column, we are done with this file. Let's remove it. Let's remove the navbar, the sign up, and the login. So let's keep just these 3 or just these 2. In here, I want to import this component. So import image details. I will add it here, image details, and below the back to top component, I am going to add the image details, and I am going to give it the selected item that we have stored in this variable, selected item. Good. So this is why we have used the events in order to pass this selected item to our modal or to our component. So now I think I am done with this file. Let's go back here and let's add the template. Okay, for now I will leave it empty, but let's add the script. So here, export default. Let's add the name of this component. After that, we have the props. I like to define them like a list. We have just one prop. Let's add data and methods because we need the methods. Good. So now let me show you how the model looks like. Here is what I have added inside the template. You can see that here we have the model, and basically all these things come from the documentation. Let's expand this. Here we have the model dialog, and we are specifying the large model because we have three types. We have the small one that looks like this, but if you scroll down, we are going to find the other ones. Okay, so small model is this, looks like this. It's very small. We have large, and then we have extra large. So we are using in our example the extra large. Okay, so this is how we use the extra large model. Inside we have the model content. Inside we have the model header and the model body. Let's see the result that we get when we added this. So now let's click on this image. Okay, good. So far, so good. We have the header, and here we have the body. The body we have just a text because we need to add a lot of things. And I think in order to make this code a little bit readable, I am going to add a new component to store everything we have inside the body. Basically, we will add the image and the explanation. I could add it here, but we'll see. I'll go back to it. Inside the header, let's see how I have added this logo and these buttons. Let me expand it. First of all, I have added the image first. You can see. So I have used the black one. And then inside this div, which is this one, I am using Flexbox so that I can put all these icons here. Let me expand it. It is going to look a little bit scary because we have a lot of things, but I promise this is not that hard. First of all, we have the like counts. For example, this image that I have selected, no one has liked it. So that's why we have 0 likes. Here, you can see that we can like the image. Why? Because we are logged in. Remember, right now we didn't take that into account, but we need to be connected in order to like the image. If we are not connected to the website, we cannot like the image. Right now, we can like it even though there is no logic for that, but we are going to fix it. Right now, I am just showing you the design, but once we finish describing what we have here, I'll go back to it. So basically here we are testing if the image is liked. If it is liked, we are going to show the red heart. You remember here we are using font awesome. If we click on the image that was liked, we are going to unlike it. We are going to add this method later. If the image was not liked by this user, we are going to show the dark one, and here it depends. If the user is logged off, which means that he is not connected, I'm going to disable the image or the icon so that he cannot click on it, and this is what we want in our case. But if the user is logged in, we are going to show the regular heart. We are going to show it like this. This will be easy to understand once we add these methods. Okay, so here let me indent this. Let's indent these two and these. Okay, good. So basically inside this divs, we are just configuring how this icon looks like. And after that, we have these two icons. We have the download icon, it's this one, and we have the cancel button. When we click on it, we dismiss the modal, which means that we can go back. You can see that it is working. Or I can click outside the modal in order to close it. Or I can click on escape in my keyboard in order to close the modal. Now let's add the body. So first of all, let's close this header. We no longer need it. We will come back to it once we finish the body. As I said, I will add a new component called modal body.view. Inside the template, I will add the following code. Okay, so this is what we need, but right now it is complaining because we need to give it the item, export default name, it's modal, it's not image details, it's modal body, and we need to give it the prop. Prop is called item. Okay, so now it is not complaining. Let's go back to image details. Here we need to import this component. So import modal body. So now we can use it inside the components. And here we need to add a comma. Okay, so now we can use the modal body inside this div. Modal body. And we need to give it the item. Good. So far so good. Let's open this file. Let's go back to the page. Let's click on the image. As you can see, the body now is looking good. We have the content. So let's see. We have a container. Inside this container, we have the title. This is the title that we are seeing. It is located inside this div, inside the row. So basically, we have 3 rows. Let me close everything. The first row contains the title. The second row contains the image, and the third row contains the explanation. So the first row, as I said, contains the title, and we are using Flexbox in order to center the title horizontally. Let's close this row. Let's open this one. Here, basically, we have the image tag, and again, we are using Flexbox in order to center it. And when we click on it, we are going to call this function so that we can download the image. I will come back to it. And finally, we have the explanation. So this is very straightforward. And as I said, we could have added this directly here, but I think this is a good separation. So now let's add this download image function. We are going to add it inside methods, and this is what we are doing. Here, basically, this code will allow us to open a new tab where we can visualize the image and then download it if we want. Let's see how this works. Let me refresh the page. Let me click on this image. Okay, so we have the body, we have the explanation. Now let's click on this image. You can see this is what I was talking about. We are going to open the image in a new tab so that we can look at it in full details, and then if we like it, we can download it. It is taking some time because it is fetching the data from the original website. We have connection timeouts. I don't know if my internet connection is bad. I don't think so. Let's open it again. So it is giving me the link, but it is taking a lot of time. Okay, now it worked. So as you can see, so we have the image. If we like it, then we can right click and then save image as, and then choose where to save it. Okay, good. And here we are going to do the same thing when we click on this download icon. Okay, good. So now we are done with this model body. Let's close it and let's go back to the image details. First of all, let's start with the easy part. Let's start with the download where we have it. Okay, so we have it here. Let's add this method inside our method object. As I said, we will use the same function. Okay, so it's this one, download image. We give it the item, we retrieve the URL, and then we download it, or we open it inside a new tab. Let me close it, and let's verify if it is working or not. Let's refresh the page again. Let's click on this image. Let's click on this icon, and hopefully we are going to see the image. Good, here is our image. Now let's close this and let's work on this download or this like icon, because it's the last thing that we need to program. Okay then, so let's go back. In order to change this icon based on if the user is logged in or not, we have used these computed properties, and we are going to use them again in order to know if the user is logged in or not. So let's go back to the image details and let's add them here. Okay, let's indent everything. Let's add a comma here. Okay, so these properties are going to help us to do that. Now let's go up and see. So first of all, image is liked. It's false because this image no one has liked it. So we are not going to enter to here, but we are going to enter here. Right now we have Fatem Zahra. She is logged in, which means that this statement is false. So we are going to show this. So the image can be liked. Now if I save this, let's see if this is the result that we are getting. So as you can see, we can like the image, but if I log out, let's see what will happen. You can see that right now I cannot like the image. Why? Because let's verify. So is logged off. Yes, the user is logged off. So I am disabling the image or the icon. I cannot click on it. And here, this is the gray color that I am seeing here to let the user know that, hey, you cannot like this image. So this is what I was talking about. Now, if the user likes the image, we are going to show the red one, the red icon. We are going to show this. And after that, he can unlike it if he wants. But we are going to come to this later. Now, we are here. We have seen that this is working when no one is connected to the website. Now, let me connect back. I can use, I think I have a new account called Jake. So Jake 2023. Let's submit. Okay, so we have a problem. I don't remember John 2023. Okay, so no one of these users is connected. Let me create a new one because we can do that. Let's create Ashraf 2023, Ashraf 2023. Let's submit. Okay, another time. Okay, so we have a new account called Ashraf NASA, Ashraf 2023. Let's submit. Okay, so now I'm connected. Let's see if I can like the image. Good, I can like the images. Now, right now we don't have that functionality, so let's add it. So we need to add this method, which is called like image. Let's do that. So I will add it here. So this is our method. Right now it's messed up, but let me fix the indentation. So here I need to import Axios first of all. I don't want to get any errors. Good. So this is an async method because we are making a post request. Here, what are we doing? We are retrieving we are getting the item, the date. We are sending the date as well as the username. Why we are sending the date? Because we know that we have an image each day. So if we send the date, we can retrieve the image that has this corresponding date in the backend. And after that, we are using username because we want to like the images. So now we need to create this route or this endpoint inside Django. Let's do that quickly. Let's go to the URLs. And here, let's add that endpoint. Okay, so now I have added the endpoint, and this is the function that we need to add. Let's add it now. So def like image, we need to receive a request, and right now we are just going to return a JSON response because we need to add a lot of things. And because we have a post request, let's add this decorator post. First of all, we need to import it from REST framework. dot decorators import API view. So now we need to change some things inside our models. Here everything is good, but we need to add another field. This is the field that we need to add, liked by users. But first of all, we need to import the user class from Django.contrib. Okay, let me explain. So here, let's take this image as an example. Let's say that it has 5 likes. This means that 5 people did like this image. Okay, let's go back to the model. This variable or this property will save all these users. We said that that image has 5 likes, which means that here I will have a list of 5 people who liked this image. This is done with this many-to-many field. And this is why we are sending, let me see, this is why we are sending the username, because if we have the username, we can just compare it and see if it does exist in this list. If that user exists in this list, this means that he already likes the image. But if he doesn't exist there, we can like the image because this is a new user that wants to like this image. I hope this is clear. So now let's save this. Because we have changed the table or the model, we need to do a migration. So let's do that quickly. Here we need to do make migrations, okay, and migrate. So this is going to create a new table, and I will show you this in the SQLite Studio. I will come back to it when we start liking images. Let me run the server again. So now I no longer need this, and let's go back to the views. So now we are ready to continue working on this like image. First of all, we are going to use JSON. Let's import it. Import JSON. Because here we are using JSON to stringify the data, we need to use it again in order to load the data. And we are retrieving the date and the username from this data. Now, inside the try catch block, we need to retrieve the gallery, the entry and the user from the gallery and user tables. Here I need to import user again. Let's do that quickly. I will add it here. Okay, let's go down. So why am I doing this inside the try block? Because let's say that I have passed a date that does not exist in the database. This is going to return an exception. Or let's say that I am searching for someone that does not exist in my tables. This is going to throw an exception, and this is why I'm using the try except block in order to catch it. Okay, so this is why I said that we are passing the date, because we can search for any entry that has this date. If we don't have any problems and we have retrieved the entry and the user successfully, we can continue. So here, as I said, now we are looking if this user does exist in this list or not. If the user does not exist, that means that we can like the image. As I said, is a list that can contain a lot of images, and here we are adding this user because he does not exist in this liked by users query set or list. Let's call it a list. After that, we need to add this function so that we can update the likes. Let's do that. And after that, we are saving any changes that we have made to this object. Inside our models, we are going to add this new function. Basically, it is going to update the like counts to the length of this list. So here you can see that we have added this user, which means that the length of this liked by users list will increment by 1. And here we are taking the count and update the image likes count. And then we save any changes. Okay, let's close this. Now, if the user exists, we are not going to update anything, which means that he cannot like the image. So now we are ready to return a positive response. okay, because nothing bad happens, and we were able to update the count, the image, the likes count, and to like this image. And if anything wrong happens, we are going to return this bad request. So let's import it here. So HTTP response bad request. I hope that my explanation was clear. So now we can go back to here and verify if we have liked the image or not. And here, as you can see that we are doing this post request, we are sending the data. And here, because we are doing a post request, we need to specify that our data is in JSON format, and this is Django specific, just for security reasons. We need to add this whenever we make a post request. After that, we are logging the message. This message could be image liked successfully, or any message that you want to send. And after that, we are taking this item that we have clicked on and just turning the images like to true and updating the count to 1. This is just in the front end. Let's test this and see if it is working or not, because we have added a lot of things. Okay, let's refresh the page. Let me inspect the page. So here I can select this image. Hopefully everything will work. So let's click on the image. Okay, so as you can see, we have the positive response. It says okay, and this is the message that we have sent. This means that everything went well. Good, this is what we want to see. Now let me show you what happened in the database. Let me close everything and open the database. Okay, we are going to use SQLite Studio to do this. Here we have our images. Let me go to the data tab. So where is the image that we have liked? The image that we have liked is this one, a season of Saturn. Let's see. A season of Saturn has image likes count updated to 1. Okay, so which means that everything works well. But where is the other table or the other property? It is here. So you can see that here we have this. So what do we have here? It looks complicated, but it's not. Let's go to the users table. Here, remember that we are using Ashraf. So this is the account that we are using. Let's look for that account. So here we can see that here is our account. I'm Ashraf NASA. This is the ID of this account. It's 5. Now let's go back to this table. You can see that the user ID is 5, which is referring to Ashraf's account. And the gallery ID refers to the image that we have liked. Let's go back to the image table and see. You can see that a season of Saturn has this ID. And this is what we store in this table. Basically, here we are storing this. We are storing the image and the user. Here, if I log in with another user, let's do that quickly. Okay, so now I'm logged in. Let's go back to this image, and now you can see that the image likes count was updated. This is what we see in the database. You can see that the image likes count is updated, but this user did not like this image, so now he can like it if he wants to. So let's like it. Okay, so the image likes count was updated to 2. Let's refresh here, and as you can see, the image likes count was updated to 2. Now let's go back to this table. You remember here we had 2 5. Now we will have 2 4, because Ayman's ID is 4. You can see Ayman's ID is 4, and the image has the ID number 2. So let's refresh this. As you can see, so we have 2 4. So I hope this example demonstrates how this code works. Okay, so now we can do the same thing, but now we can unlike the image. So let's go back to the image details. Now let me close this function, and here you can see that if the image is red, this means that we can unlike the image in this case. So we need to add this function. This time this is very easy. I will add it below the like image. This is what I have done. This is what I have added so far. Here we are emitting an event called the unlike image. We are going to see where we are going to use this. Again, we are sending the same data, but to another endpoint. Let's add it quickly. So here it is called unlike image, and the function that we are going to call is called unlike image. Let's add it very quickly. It is going to be similar to this one. You are going to see. Okay, so you can see that here we are retrieving the date and the username. We do this again. Here we are retrieving the entry and the user objects, and after that we are testing if the user exists in this list. If he does exist, we need to remove it because we are unliking the image, and then we update the likes count, and then we save any changes. Okay, so this is straightforward. Let's save this file, and I think we can test this. And here we are setting the images like to false, and we are decreasing the value by 1. Let's save this. Let's go back to the website. Let's refresh the page. Remember, the images that are not liked don't have the red heart, but the image that I have liked should have the red heart. But here we have a problem. We need to solve it. Here, this user, Ayman, has liked this image, but right now we don't have this information. So we need to make changes to the data that we are retrieving from the home view. So when we retrieve the get entries, we need to take into consideration that we have added this property. Here, get entries, we are calling this endpoint, or we are going to this endpoint. So let's go back to the URLs, not this one, the other one. Here we are going to this class, and inside this serializer, we need to add liked by users, and then let's add it here, liked by users. So this is how we called it inside the models. Okay, basically I'm just copying this and paste it here. You can see that we are using this because this is a list, and in order to send it to JavaScript, let's say, we need to make it a string field. So we need to cast this to something that is very easy to decode once we send it to JavaScript. So now let's see. Let me go to inspect. Let's go to the console, and here in this file I am going to log the response. So console.log response.data. I want to see if what we have added here is appearing or not. Okay, so let's open the second image. This is the list that I was talking about. You remembered this image has how many likes? 2 likes. That's because 2 users liked this image. Now we need to take this information, and if we are logged in, compare our username with the usernames that are inside this array. Okay, so let's do this, and after that we can update this. After we receive the images, we are going to get the username from the local storage. After that, we no longer need to log the data. After that, we are going to loop over all the entries inside this archive, and then see if this username is inside this array. If this array includes this username, we can like the image. Okay, so now let's save this and let's go back. Hopefully this will work. Let's wait for the images to come. Now let's click on this image. You can see that we have a like here. Now we should be able to unlike it, because remember, let me close all these Python files. Remember, in this image details, if the image is liked, we are going to unlike it. And here we added this logic. So let's see if this is the case. And let me open the database also to confirm. Let's unlike the image. Okay, so as you can see, the image count decreased by 1. Let's go back to the database. Let's refresh. Here we have just 1. And if I open this table, we should be able to see just 1 user. Good. So everything now is working. Let's like the image again. Let's refresh this. So Ayman liked the image, and we should get 2 in this part, or in this property, which is image likes count. Good. So as you can see, guys, everything now is working. Let me verify one more thing. Let me change this user to another one. This is the other user that I have used in order to like the second image. And as you can see, we have the like button. Good. I think everything is working perfectly. This was a long video, but we have done so many things, and I hope that I have managed to share with you the knowledge in a good way. And if you found any problem, especially with with the field that we have added into our model, please make sure to share your question with me in the comment section, and I will try to explain to you anything that you didn't understand. And if you want, I will be linking my Discord profile or account in this video's description. Okay, so in the next video, we are going to talk about or add the trending page. Because now we can like images, it's going to be easier for us to add the trending page. And the video hopefully will not be too long, because we are just going to retrieve the data and then order it by image likes count. It's going to be easy, I promise. This video was a little bit longer, but that one will be a little bit easier for you. Hello everyone. In today's video, we are going to add the trending page. The good thing is that we are going to do it very fast, because we have a lot of components that we can reuse. Inside the home view, we have used these 4 components, and they give us this result. We have the search section here, the gallery, and the columns, and this button that help us go to the top. We are going to take the same thing and put that here into this new page, but we are not gonna take the search section. So I can copy this and then paste it into the trending page and just remove the search section. So let's do that. Let's open the views folder. Let's add the trending view. As I said, I can just copy paste the components that we have used, and here it's complaining. We are going to solve the errors. Let's add the script. Inside, we can import all the necessary things like Axios and the components that we have declared here. After that, we'll use export default. The name should be trending view. After that, we will add the components like so. Here we are going to use some computed properties. Now we are going to leave it empty. We need something in the data. Okay, so we need the archive that we are going to send, and we need the selected item. After that, we are going to add the methods objects. Okay, so let's start. In the mounted hook, we are going to get the data from Django. So inside this, we are going to, let's say, get trending archive or entries. Okay, let's do this. We are going to add this method inside the methods object. This is going to be an async method. Here we will use Axios to get the the trending archive or the data from Django. So we are going to add a new route. Let's call it trending. So we need to add it in Django. Let's do that and I will come back. Let's go to URLs. Here I'll just duplicate this line and change it to trending. And here I will call the function getSortedArchive. Okay, let's save this file. Let's open views.py. This is the function that we added. As I told you in the previous video, this is going to be very easy. Here we are taking all the entries in our gallery and we are sorting it by the image likes count. And here this minus is essential. It is sorting the data from the most liked image to the least liked image. If you remove minus, it is going to go from the least liked image to the most liked image, and we don't want that. We want to show them in this order. After that, we are passing this data through the serializer and returning the response. And this is going to give me an array that I can work with in JavaScript. So this is done. Let's go back. So as you saw, this was very easy. Now we can catch the data. This is straightforward. If everything goes well, we are going to retrieve the data. And if something goes wrong, we are going to log the error. So now this list is going to be full with the entries. And after that, we are going to pass it to this gallery section. But here we have, this is a computed value or computed property that we need to add. Why? Because here we are retrieving the data, but we need to change some values. For example, if the user is logged in, we want the image, we want to make this heart or this icon red, which means that the user has liked this. But if no one is connected, like this example, we want to hide this link. So as you can see, now we have this problem, but we are going to solve it. So we are going to solve it here in this page and in the other page. So let's just do that. First of all, here in this computed object, we are going to add getArchive. So here we are going to test if the user is logged in or not. So let's add a new computed property. Let's call it isUserLoggedOff. So we are just comparing the token against an empty string. Okay, so here let's say if this dot is user logged off, this means that no one is connected. We are going to remove the likes from the entries. So I am going to return a new list. I will get it from this function. So this function is going to iterate over all the entries in the archive, and it is going to set the image is liked property to false. So let me do this quickly. So this function should be added below get trending entries. Okay, so Copilot helps me and added the function. So as you can see, now we are iterating over all the entries in this archive list, and we are changing this property to false. This is going to let us change the icon from this state to this state. Okay, that's good. But if the user is logged in, we are going to go to the other case. So else return this dot update likes. I'll call it like this. So here we remove the likes, but here we need to add them. So it's going to be the same thing, but we need to add some stuff. So let's go here and let's add this function. This might seem familiar. This function, we have used this in the home view. Let's see. So you can see I have just copied this code and pasted it here. Let me re-explain it. First of all, we take the username from the local storage, and then whenever we find an image that was liked by this user, we are gonna turn this image is liked to true. If it isn't liked by the user, we are going to keep it to false. And after that, we are going to return the modified archive. Okay, so this is what we need to do. Okay, so let's test this. Now you can see that we don't have any trending page here because we need to modify the nav bar. So let's do that quickly. Here I am going to copy this and paste it here. And instead of saying today's picture, I'm going to say trending. And here I will change the route or the route to say trending. Okay, save this, close the file. Let's open the router file. Here we need to import this view. So import trending view from this path. And after that, let's add it here. Okay, so here we should say trending, and here let's use the page trending view. Save this. Now let's go back to our website. Let's click here. Okay, so we have retrieved the images, but now we can see that they are ordered by the image count or the likes count. This one has 2, but all the other images has 0. But as you can see, now I cannot like images because I'm not connected. I cannot like this one or any other image. But now if I connect to my username or my user, now I am redirected to the home page. But let me go to the trending page. We should see that, yes, the order is good. But when I click on this image, it should be liked. Yes, so this is working. If I click here, I will the image count will decrease, but I will not do this. Now let me see if I disconnect. Let's see if the like button will become gray. Okay, so I'm disconnected. As you can see now, I cannot like the image because I'm not connected. This is the behavior that we should see in the home page. So let's fix that also in the home page. Let's see. So as you can see now, we cannot like this image. But if I connect, let me reproduce the problem. Now I'm connected again. We have the image. Okay, so we have the like button. If I disconnect, I still have it. So we need to solve this problem here too. Let's go back to the home view, and we are going to do the same thing that we did in the trending view. We are going to take this and paste it here. Okay, so here are the changes that I have made to this home view. First of all, I have added these computed properties. As I said, I just took them from this trending view. After that, I have added these 2 functions down below. Here they are. So now we need to remove this. We just need to save the data because this what I have added this here. Okay, so let's keep removing these. Okay, good. So now we will have the same thing. If the user is logged in, we are going to update the likes. If they disconnect, we are going to remove the likes. Let's verify if this is working or not. Let's go back to the website. Let's refresh the page. Look, I'm not connected. Let me connect with any user. I'm connected with the user. Let's click here. Oh, it's not working. Why? Let's go back and see what's happening. Oh, we need to change this to get archive. Get archive. I'm sorry. Let's save it and try again. This dot update like is not a function. Let's refresh the page. So I keep getting this error. Let's see why. This dot update likes is not here. Okay, let's see why. Okay, because I need to change this update archive likes to update likes. I don't know why I changed the name. Okay, let's retry again. Let's refresh the page. Okay, so now everything is good. Let's hope that this time we will get the like button. Okay, so it's working. Now let me log out. And yes, okay, so we solved the problem in both pages. Okay, so let's go back to the trending page. Let's see if we still have the same behavior. Okay, we can't like the image, but everything else is great. Let me connect with another user and like an image. if I click here, I don't have the like. Let me like an image that is here, like this one. Okay, so the image was updated. Let's go to the trending page. We should see this image second after the Saturn one. Yes, so it's this one has 2 likes. This one has 1 like because I liked it now. Okay, so as you can see, everything is working. Okay, yeah, good. And all these images have 0 likes. Good. So let's go to the top. And I think I can end this video here. Now, the next step is to add the favorites page. Okay, so see you in the next video. Hello everyone. In today's video, we are going to add the favorites page. Let's start by creating the file. We are going to call it favorites view.view. Inside this file, we are going to add the template, and this is going to be similar to what we have done in the last video when we added the trending page. So let me add the code and I will explain. Okay, so here is our template. Let's add the scripts. Okay, so now let's explain. First of all, we are going to show the favorites page only if the user is connected. Let me save the file and go back to the page. You can see that right now we don't have the favorites page in the navbar, so let's add it. Open the navbar file, copy this, paste this below, and change the title or the text to favorites and the href also. Now close this file. Let's go to the router, and here we should import the favorites view from this path, and after that let's add it to this list. So here we are going to say favorites, and let's change the component to favorites view. Okay, now we are ready to click on it. So click on favorites. As you can see, right now we don't have any images. Why? Because I'm not connected, and this is due to this computed property. Is logged in. Right now I have changed the logic. Before we used to say is logged off, but now I am checking if the user is logged in. Basically, if the token is different than an empty string, this means that the user is connected. So if this is not true, then we are going to show this message. This is simple. But if the user is connected, I am going to take the images that he did like. So let's open this and see what's happening. First of all, we are using the gallery section because we have columns inside this section. We need to provide it with the archive, and after that we have the back to top view and image details. Image details, when we click on it, we bring the modal. So I think this is straightforward. We have done this many times. Let me connect to a user that did like an image. Right now, if I go to the favorites page, nothing will happen. Why? Because we still need to add this route to the backend. So let's do that. Okay, so this is what we are using here. Let me save the file and put it here in this side, and let's see what's happening. You can see that's favorites, it's this, and here I am passing the username because I want to get the images that are related to this username. And to do this in Django, we use this syntax. So we know that username is a string, that's why we use this. And now we need to add this function. So let me do this. Let's close this file and let's open views.py. Okay, so this is our function. Here we are using a GET request. Let's see, we are using a GET request because we want to get the images. After that, you see when you use this syntax, the username will be passed to the function alongside the request. So here I am searching for this user. After that, I am searching for all the entries that this user liked. You can see that this is how we do it. Gallery.objects gives me all the images, but we want to filter them. How do we filter the images? We need to specify, here I am specifying likes by users. And remember, likes by users is a property that stores a list of users that did like a specific image. So if this user is inside this list, we are going to retrieve this image. And finally, we are setting image is like to true because all these images were liked by this user, and we are sending the data to JavaScript. So this is straightforward. Let me close this file. Now, I think this should work. So let's go back to the page. Let's refresh. And now, as you can see, admin liked only this image. And you can see that the like is showing. Now, if I go back to home and like more images, hopefully we should see them populate the favorites page. Let's like this image, this one, and this one. So in total, we should see 4 images. Let's go back to favorites. And as you can see, here are my images, and all of them are liked. Now, if I decide to dislike this image, we should be able to click here and then remove it from this page. Let's see how to do this. Remember, if I go back to image details, when I dislike the image, I call this function, and here I am emitting an event. And with this event, I am giving the item that I have disliked. So this is going to be handy, and we are going to use it in order to remove, let's say, this image from the favorites page once we dislike it. Going back to favorites view, you can see that here we are catching that event that we emitted from the image details component. You can see that we have the same name, unlike image, and here we are retrieving the item that we have disliked, and then we are going to remove it from the archive. Let's see how we do this. So we are searching for the index of this item. If it is not equal to -1, this means that this item exists in the archive. We are going to remove it, and this is how we remove something from an array in JavaScript. So let's see if this is working or not. If let's remove this one, you can see that right now I have only 3 images, and even if I refresh the page, I will only get 3 images because that one was removed from the database, or that one I did dislike it and it was removed, or my username was removed from the property that stores users who like the image. I hope this is clear. And now if I decide to log out, you see that it says that, hey, you need to log in to see your favorites. Now, if I decide to use another account, I should see other images, not the same images that I have liked by the first user. So let's submit. So let's go back to favorites, and you can see that this user likes only this image. So you can see that every single user has his own specific images that he likes. As you saw, in this video, I went very fast because all these things we have seen many times in the previous videos. And this is why this video was too short compared to the other ones. I hope that I have managed to share with you this knowledge in a good way. And in the next video, I am going to go back to today's picture because we have many things that you can do here. Basically, we are going to take what we have done here in the trending and favorites pages and do them here. Like in the image, disliking it, showing the image likes count, and opening the image in a new tab. Okay, so this is what we are going to do. And after that, we are going to do some final touches. And at the end, we are going to look at how to make this website responsive. Okay, so stay tuned. Hello everyone and welcome back. In this video we are not going to talk about today's picture uh, right now because we need to do some preparation in order to continue working on it. Right now, yes, we are getting the image, but right now we do not save it in the database. Okay, so this image does not exist in the database, and right now, remember, this is the latest image. If I go back to the home page, you are going to see that this image does not exist in the gallery. That's because, as I said, we do not save the images. We are just showing them to the users. And in fact, the image that you see here is not the latest image that was uploaded to this website. Basically, we have, in the beginning when we started learning about web scraping, we have scraped the data, but we have stopped and then saved it as a pickle file. After that, we have loaded that file and then filled the database. But right now, the website is static. We do not get the latest images. Remember the name, Crescents of Venus. Let's see where can we find this. You can see that here is our latest image. But after that, many images were added. So we need to make our website dynamic. So in the function that gives us the entries, this means in Django, we need to make it dynamic. So it should, first of all, see if there are any images that was added. If there are none, we can get the images from the database. But if Django finds that, hey, there is a new image, we should add it to the database and then get all the images. So this is what we need to do. If we finish this, then we can continue working on today's picture, because after that it is going to be very easy, because today's picture will be just the latest entry in the database. Okay, let's go back to VS Code. And remember, this is the endpoint that gives us all the entries. If I click on this class-based view, here, yes, we are getting all the entries. But as I said, first of all, we need to see if there are any images that exist. For that, let's create a new variable called date today. We are going to use date time in order to give us the current day. So here I am going to say now, and then we'll convert it to a date object. Okay, now we are going to compare this this date with the latest entry in the database. The latest entry in the database is Crescents of Venus. If we take a look at the date, it is saying 26th of August 2023. It is different than this date, and this is what we are capturing here. If this is true, this means that, hey, there are new images that we need to fetch from the website and save them to the database. If this is true, then I am going to call a function that will grab all these missing images. I'm calling it add non-existing entries. So let's add it below this below this class-based view. Okay, so just to win some time, I have copy-pasted the code that we need to add inside this function. Now let me explain. First of all, we are getting all the A tags. This means that I'm getting all this list. Good. Now we are going to start iterating over each one of these tags, and then we are going to stop at the image that we find in the database. So this means that we are going to continue adding the images that are missing, but we are going to stop whenever we find an image that is present in the database. So let's see. So as I said, I am getting all the A tags, and now I am going over all the A tags. So I'm scraping the A tag. Here I am making sure that the image URL exists, which means that this entry has an image and not a video. or something else. So if this is not the case, we are going to continue to the next A tag. Okay, so after here, we are just getting, we are just converting the date. We have seen this before because Django expects a date object when we want to create an object. It's not expecting a string representation of the date. We need to convert this string representation using this function that I have added. And here this is familiar. We have seen this before. Okay, so if this is good, now we can create our object. And here, let's see. As I said, we need to make sure that this object or this A tag does not exist in our database. So this is what we are trying to do. Here we have a try except block. Why? Here I am trying to get an object by providing the date. Remember, if I provide a date that exists in the database, this statement will give me that object. But if it doesn't exist, let's say that I am providing this date, and I know in advance that this object does not exist in the database. What will happen? Django will try to give me this object that has this date. Django will start searching in the database. It will not find this object. So it is going to throw an exception. And using this exception, we know that this object does not exist. And this is what I am printing. If the exception is thrown, I am printing that, hey, this object or this entry is not in the database. So we should add it. So here, basically, I am creating a new entry and after that, saving it to the database. But now, let's keep going. So this one does not exist, we will do the same thing, and we keep going, we keep going, we keep going until we come into this entry. So now we are going to do the same thing. So we know that the image exists. This will not be true. We are going to convert the date, and here I am going to give this date as an input here, and now Django will search in the database, and hey, Django will find it. If this is the case, we are not going to throw an exception. So this means that we are not going to execute what is inside the except block. But we are going to print in the console that, hey, this entry is already in the database. So we should not, you should stop. This is what I'm doing here, break. And after that, return all the entries that are in the database. So I hope that this is clear. Let's verify if this is working or not. I am going to open the console just to get to see these images. Remember, we are going to see a lot of messages like this is not in the database, but at the end, when we reach this entry, we are going to see that, hey, this object is already in the database. So now, if I refresh the page, this is going to take some time because we are retrieving new data, but for the first time. But after that, everything will be fast. Let's see. I am refreshing the page. I will open Visual Studio Code and let's take a look at the terminal. So as you can see, it is saying that all these entries are not in the database. But once it reaches that entry that we have, it is going to stop. So let's wait a bit. I think we are close to reaching it. Yes. So this was the image or the entry that we had in the database. Now it stopped and it gave us a good response. Good, let's go back to the website and see what do we have. Okay, as you can see, we have our images and this is what we wanted. Let's go down and hey, remember this was the latest image, but all these images were missing, but now we have them. This is great. Actually, this is working. And remember, we can like them if we want, we can download them. And now it's going to be easier to work on today's picture because, hey, we got the image here, so we can retrieve it from the database and there is no need to scrape the data from the website. Now, if I refresh the page, you can see that I am getting the images quickly because this statement is always false. we already added the latest image, so we don't need to enter and loop over these A tags as we did before. But for tomorrow, this is going to be true, and we are going to add the latest image. Okay, good. So now let's go back to this page, and we need to do some changes. You can see now it is taking some time because it is going to the website and it is scraping the data. We do not need to do this if we have already added the image here to the database. We are going first of all to search if it does exist in the database. If that is the case, then we just need to retrieve it. Okay, so let's do that. Here I will collapse this, and let's go into this URLs file. Let's click on this function. So here we need to do some things before entering to this function. Okay, so this is what I have added. I am doing the same thing actually. Here we have the try and accept block. Here we have the latest entry, and here we are storing to this day as a date object. So we are comparing, does these two dates equal? If they are equal, then we can basically get the latest entry from the database. If this is not correct, this means that this image does not exist in the database, so we should add it now, as I did here. And after that, we are calling this function that we have used last time. So this function will not change. And if we have any problem here, let's say that we are trying to retrieve, I don't know, something that does not exist, or if something happens and throws an exception, we are going to add the image anyways. So now let's save this file and let's come back. Before adding this, this took 2 to 3 seconds to get the image, but now it should be instantaneous. Let's see if this is true or not. So let's refresh the page. Okay, I have refreshed the page, and here I am getting an error in the console. So I think I have done something wrong here. Let's see. Oh, I know. Here, because we are using REST framework, this comes from REST framework. Here we need to add the decorator. So API view get. So this is a get request. Okay, so let's save this. So the server is running. Let's refresh the page. And as you can see, the image came very quickly, and the image count, the likes count is equal to 1. That's because I have used this user to like the image. Let me go back and show you. So if I click on the image, you can see that I have the like here. But here we need to do the same thing. This user did like the image, but here the heart state did not change. Because, as I said, we need to continue working on this file. So let's go back and open today picture view. And here we need to do the steps that we have done, let's see, in the trending view or the favorites view. So we need to add, not this, we need, sorry, in the image details, because here where we have the like. So we need to add this function, and the download function. So here they are. I will just copy paste them and use them inside this file. So let me do this and I will come back. Okay, here are the functions that I added, and here I need to change one thing. Let's save the file and see what's happened. Right now you can see that, let me refresh the page just to be sure. You can see that the state of this icon did not change. First of all, because in the template we have removed that. So I need to basically copy this and place it there. Right now we only have, let's see, the like image. I have just kept this, but I need to add the other states. Okay, so I have added the other states. Let's see. So you can see that if the user is logged in, we are going to show the red heart so that he can unlike the image. If that's not the case, he can like it, or if he is not logged in, we are going to disable it. Now let's go back to the page and see if this is working. I think we might need to do something so that it works. Okay, right now you can see that we have a problem. Why? Because let me go back. Here we need to do something. First of all, we need to retrieve the username. I am retrieving the username and storing the data. The data is the entry. Here we have the title, the image, the explanation, and the other fields. And here we are testing. If this username is not empty, which means that we have someone who is connected, we are going to look if this username had already liked this image. Basically, we are looking at this array. This array stores the users who liked this image. If this array includes this specific username, we know for sure that he likes the image. So this is why we need to change this to true. If this is not the case, image is liked will be false. Now if I go back to the website, hopefully this should change. Let's refresh the page. Okay, did not work. Why? Because it is saying that is logged in was accessed during the render, but it is not defined. That's because I forgot to add the computed properties. Let's do that quickly. Below the name, I will add them here. So these are the computed properties. We have used these many times. So here we are we are getting the username and we are testing if the user is logged in or not. Now let's save the file and go back to the website and hopefully, yes, so now it is working. Let's click on the image. You can see that it was opened in a new tab. Now I can download it if I want to, but I will not do that. Let me close this tab. Now, okay, I have the explanation, the likes count is working. Now let me dislike this image. You can see that we have 0 because no one likes this image except this user, but now he is not doing that. So let's like the image back, let's unlike it, let's refresh the page to see if this is going to persist. Yes, this means that this value was changed in the database, and this is what we want to see. Let me like the image and let me disconnect. The behavior that we need to see when we log out is that this icon should be gray and we should not be able to click on it. Let's log out, and yes, now I'm clicking but nothing happens. Why? Because there is no one is connected. Let me log in again with another user. Let's use the admin for this demonstration. Now I can like the image one more time. Let's do that. So now we have 2. Let's go to the trending page or today's picture. And yes, this is working. Good. So now I think that most of the pages are done. You can see that the favorites page is working. We have all the images here. We have the trending page. It is working. The last thing that I need to add is the search functionality. I have not implemented this in this video, but we are going to see it in the upcoming video. In the upcoming video, I am going to talk about fine-tuning the app or working on the small details that are yet to be completed. Okay, so see you in the next video. Hello everyone. In today's video, we are going to see how to do the search in the home page. But first of all, let me open the website and let's test if we are going to get the latest image. Because right now I am recording the next day and we should be able to get the new image. You can see now it is taking some seconds in order to fetch the latest image. And yes, we got it. This was the latest image that we have seen in the last video, but now we got this one. And if I refresh the page, it should be now quick. It shouldn't take too much. Okay, so it is just getting the images from the database. And let's verify that this is correct. Let's click on today's picture. And yes, everything is good. We cannot like the image. Nice, this is working. Now let's go back to the home page. As I said, in today's video, we are going to work on this section. This is going to be very easy to do. So let me go back to VS Code and let's open the search section. Remember that here we have added this variable which stores whatever I type in this input field. After that, I have the input field. When I hit enter, I should start the search. Here, this is what I do. When I hit enter, I am emitting an event to the home page. So now I should handle this event in the home page. Let's do that. So here you can see that we have the search section. Right now we didn't handle the emitted event. So let's do that. This is easy to do, as we have done here in the gallery section. We will use the add symbol and the name of the event. Here I called it search. I am going to get a value. We can call it value or query, it doesn't matter. Here I'm going to use the arrow search, and here I'm going to pass to this method the query. So now we should add this method inside the methods object. I have added it here. Let's see what's happening inside. First of all, we are testing. If I didn't input anything, let's say that I have written nothing and I clicked on enter, we should not retrieve or we should not send this query to Django, because this is an empty string and we can just show all the images. This is what I'm doing here. I am testing if the length of this query is equal to 0. If this is the case, I'm going to get the same archive. There is no need for me to get or I call it get entries. There is no need for me to go to the database and search for images that have an empty string. But if this is not the case and the user did write something here, I am going to go to this endpoint and I will provide the query, and after that I will get the response. Let's see if this is working. But before testing, we need to add this endpoint. So let's go to urls.py, and here I will add it below this one. So I called it search, and here I am passing the query. So as we did here with the username, we are going to add the query here, and it is going to be a string. And here I'm going to add a function called search. Right now I will remove the name. Now let's add this function inside views.py. This is our function. As you can see, I told you before, this is going to be very easy. We just need to import this queue function. I will explain what it does. Okay, we can import it from django.db.models. And now let me explain. First of all, this is a GET request, which means that we want to get something from the database, and here we are passing the query alongside the request. So remember, if we want to get all the images or all the entries, we use gallery.objects.all. But here, because we want to get images based on the query, we need to do a search, and the queue function is used to create a complex query for filtering gallery objects based on whether the explanation field contains the query string. To put it simply, here let's click on this image. When I type something in the search query, I'm going to be comparing what I have written there against the explanation. Let's say that I have typed galaxy. I will come to this explanation and search if galaxy exists, and I can see that yes, indeed, the galaxy exists in this explanation. This means that I can take this image and show it to the user. Okay, so this is the role of this function. And after that, I'm just serializing the data and sending the response back to JavaScript, basically. So now I no longer need these two files, and I think we are ready to test this. Let's see. Yes, let's do that. I'll go back here. Right now, the input field is empty. If I hit enter, you can see that nothing changes. The images are still here. Now, if I type in Enceladus, this is a moon of Saturn. Okay, now you can see that we have these images that are very different from what we had before. And if you can see now, you can search, and let me show you what I was talking about. Here I can search for Enceladus. You can see that it found it here in the description. That's why it took this entry. Let's search for Mars. Let's type in Mars, hit enter. You can see that we have images of Mars. If I click here and search Mars, you can see that we have Mars in the description. Let's see here, Mars. Yes, so we have Mars. This is Mars too. Okay, so it seems to be working. Let me do one more thing. Nishimura. This is a comet. We should not have a lot of images. Yes, we only have 3 images because this comet is something new. It's not like Mars or the other celestial objects. Okay, so I think this is working. Basically, right now, this search functionality it's very simple. It's not too complex. Sometimes if I want to search, let's say for Io. Io is a moon of Jupiter. If I hit enter, look what will happen. Okay, so as you can see, I am not getting what I'm looking for. If I search for Io, Io is this moon. It is yellow. If I keep scrolling, I might find it, but this is unlikely. I will get a lot of images. Why is this happening? Look, if I click here and search for IO, you can see that it is finding these substrings. And this is not what I want. I want to search by words or by keywords. This is why I said that this search functionality is simple. It's not too complex. But if you want to take it into another level, you can do that. You can make it search by word or search by keywords in your table. If you have a table that has some keywords, you can search for that. And this is going to make it very powerful search. I was going to let you do this by yourself to make this search functionality complex, but I have done that. Let me show you how to do this. First of all, the change that I have made is inside this search function. Okay, so here I'm using regular expressions in order to match a pattern. So here is the pattern. Basically, you put the word that you have in the query inside this regular expression, and after that you pass it into this queue function, and it is going to return the entries that match this pattern. Okay, so let's see. But this one works only if you have one word. For example, let me show you what I was talking about. So Io, remember that this is a moon of Jupiter. This is how it looks. Now if I search, let's see, I am getting 22 entries instead of the 3,000 almost. You can see that now we are getting Io. And if I search, you can see that we have those individual words. This is what I was talking about, but we don't want explanation. So here with the regular expressions, we are just looking for these words that has IO. Okay. Let's search for something else. Let's search for James Webb Space Telescope. This is a telescope that orbits the Lagrange 2 points. Okay, so here we have, you can see that if I search for GWST, I can find the word here. Okay, so this is working, but let's say that I want to search for GWST and IO. This is not going to work. Let's see. You can see that I am getting 0 entries. That's because we will never have this pattern in our explanations. To fix this problem, I have these 3 lines of code. First of all, we are splitting the query into individual words. This is only will work if you don't have commas or any or dots or any other special strings. But if you have words like this, let me hit enter, or let me save the file. I didn't save the file here. Now if I hit enter, you can see that I'm getting 30 images. And let's see if this is correct. Okay, so we have this one comes from James Webb Space Telescope, this one comes from Io, etc. Now we can search for multiple objects in the same query. If I add a comma here, you can see that right now we are getting just Io's images, but we are not getting the James Webb Space Telescope images because it is trying to match GWST and the comma, and we don't have something like this in the explanations. Okay, so let me explain. Here we are, instead of having just one query here, we are concatenating whatever we have in this array. So here split will give me two queries or two subqueries that are stored in this list, and after that we are just joining these two in this pattern in order to get a complex pattern that searches for multiple words instead of just one word. Let me search for an M31. So this is a galaxy. You can see that this is how it looks like. This is M31, and I can find it here. This is actually working nice. Okay, so we can use regular expressions directly with Django. Okay, so I will remove these three lines, and this is how you do this. Now we have finished working on the search section. In the next video, we are going to talk about responsiveness. We are going to try to make this website run on laptops, tablets, and smartphones. Okay, so see you in the next video. Hello everyone, this is the last video in this tutorial. We are going to work on making this website responsive. What does this mean? This means that the website should behave differently when we change the width of the page. For instance, let me go back to laptop. This is how our website looks like right now. We have 3 columns, and this is the layout that we have. But if we decide to use this website on an iPad, this is the layout that we are going to use. We are going to have this hamburger menu. After that, we have the search section, but the difference is that we will have 2 columns instead of 3. If we go even lower, let's use a smartphone. We have the hamburger menu, we have the search section, it is small, and after that we have just 1 column. Here we get all the images, and this is just the home page, but all the other pages are going to be modified. For instance, the trending page, it's basically the same. We'll have just 1 column, and in the favorites page also. In today's picture, we have the result that you are looking at right now. But in this video, we are going to work on just the home page. I will just show you how to do this. The other pages are going to be, as I said, similar to what we are going to see here. So now let me close the inspect panel. And so this is the finished project. I am going to go back to the project that we have been building in this tutorial. Here I have opened the Bootstrap's documentation, and I am searching for breakpoints. You can see here in their description, they are saying that breakpoints are customizable widths that determine how your responsive layout behaves across device or viewport sizes in Bootstrap. If we scroll down a bit, you can see that we have these breakpoints. If your phone is or if your screen is greater than 576 pixel, we are going to use small. If it is greater than 768, we are going to use MD, etc. If we specify nothing, this means that our phone is our screen width is less than 576 pixels. So now let's see how to use these in our HTML or in our code. Okay, so let me close this page, and now let me go back to VS Code, and here we are going to do these changes. First of all, we need to keep track of the screen width. So I'm going to add a new variable called screen width, and here I am using window. Window will give me the current width of the page. After that, I'm going to add the breakpoints that we have seen in Bootstrap's documentation. I don't need all these. I will just specify two breakpoints. So large and SM. Okay, so SM is 576. If the screen is greater than large, I am going to show 3 columns. If it is between large and SM, I'm going to show 2 columns. And lastly, if the width is less than SM, I'm going to show just 1 column. Good, but how do we get the width of the page? So this is the initial width of the page. If I decide to resize the width of the page in like so, if I change it, this variable will not change. So I need to change this variable based on the resize event. Okay, let me show you how we do this. Here I have added the mounted and before unmount life cycle hooks. You see that whenever the resize event is triggered, I'm going to handle it or call this method. So let me add this method and show you what we will add inside it. Here is our handle window resize. But first of all, let me show you what will happen. I'm going to log the no, I don't want to log this. I want to log the inner width, and I will comment all these lines. Now let me go back to the website and refresh the page. Open the inspect panel, go to the console, and now you can see that this is the screen width. This is the initial width. But now look what will happen if I resize the page. You can see first of all it gives me 2 values because I have resized it. Now if I keep resizing it, I will get different results. You can see that this width varies whenever I vary the width of the page. Okay, so we are going to keep track of these values, and this is what I am doing here. Now let me uncomment this code. So I am first of all I am storing this value in the screen width variable, and here I am just seeing if this value is greater than LG, I am going to change this variable. We have used this variable in order to split the archive into how many sublists? Into 3 sublists. But now we are going to change this based on the width of the page. So if this is greater than LG, so this is the result that we already have here. But if this value is between LG and SM, I'm going to show just 2 columns, and lastly I am going to show 1 column if the width is less than SM. First of all, before adding this, let me show you the result that we get. You can see that the 3 columns remains, and the images don't look too great. They look too small, and it's very hard to see the details. If I change the device to an iPad, I mean, here it's kind of clear, but I think 2 columns is good. Now, let me go back to a laptop. Let's uncomment this code. Let's save it. Let's go back to the website. Let's refresh. Let's wait a bit. You can see that here we still have 3 columns because 1280 is greater than 992. Now, let's make the window a bit small. Okay, so now the value is between LG and SM, and you can see that we have 2 columns instead of 3. Now if I change the width or the device into a smartphone, you can see that we have just 1 column. So this is the result that we wanted to get. Nice, but here you can see that the margin that we have added before is not looking good, or the padding that we have added in the beginning is not looking good on smartphones. So let's solve this issue. So let me go back to the navigation bar, and here I am going to use SM-5. So this is using Bootstrap's breakpoints. This means that we are going to add 5 units of padding if the screen width is greater than SM. If it is lower than SM, we are not going to add any paddings. Let's save this and let's go back to the website and see if this solved it. You can see that we have no problems. But if we want to change that value, we can come here and say 2. This means that if the screen width is less than SM, I am going to add 2 units of padding. Let me save the file and see if the changes are going to be reflected here. You can see that I have saved the file and here I have 2 units of padding. I can add, let's change 2 to 3, save. You can see that the 3, I think 3 looks good. I'll keep it because it is lining up with these edges. I think 3 looks good. Nice. Let's go back to a tablet size and see if it looks good. Okay, so on tablets it doesn't look great either. So here I think I'll change 5 to 3. Okay, 3 looks good. And now let's go back to laptops. And if the screen is greater than large, I'm going to add 5. Let's see how this looks. 5 is too much. Let's see 4. Okay, I think 4 looks great. You can see that you can keep playing with these values just by utilizing the breakpoints that Bootstrap offers us. Okay, so now let me close the inspect panel. You can see that this is looking great actually. And now we can do the same thing for today's picture, trending and favorites. So I want to go into details because this is going to take a lot of time. Making the website responsive is a bit time consuming and it depends on your preferences. For example, you might like what I have done here with the padding. If I go back to smartphones, yes, if I go back to smartphones, you might like this result or you might not like it. You can see that here, this section is not looking great, but you can modify the size of the title and other stuff so that you get good results. You can decrease this white gap. So just by playing with those classes, you can achieve this result. So here I have just showed you how to make the navigation bar good, but you can take the same knowledge and apply it to other pages. I hope that you know how to use this or how to use Bootstrap's breakpoint system. Now I want to show you something. Instead of looking at how the website is going to look in these phones that are here or the iPad or the laptops, you can try the website in your own phone. So I'm going to show you how to do this. First of all, let me close the inspect panel. Now let's go back. I'll close all these files. I'll just open the settings.py and main.js. After that, open your terminal. If you are on Linux, like me, you can use the following command. You can use ifconfig, or if you are on Windows, you can use ipconfig. Here, so this is the result of the ifconfig command. You need to locate your IP address. In my example, I have this. This is my IP address. So now go back to the settings.py. Here, duplicate this line, and instead of localhost, here type your IP address. So in my example, or in my case, this is my IP address, 192, etc. We need to do the same thing, but in this file, main.js. Duplicate this line and change localhost to your IP address. Okay, now save the file, comment this line because we are going to use this, and here you don't need to comment this line. Now make sure that your phone and your PC are connected to the same Wi-Fi. This is very necessary. If the two devices are not connected on the same internet or on the same Wi-Fi, this method will not work. And here I am using my phone, but you can test your website on another PC if you have it, or on your iPad or any device that is connected to the same Wi-Fi. Now go to your phone, and here you need to type in the IP address. Let's start with HTTP column // and here type in the address IP. So 192.168.1.8.8080. And here let me disable the dark mode because I have it here. Okay, so as you can see, the website is running, but here let me remove this hash symbol because we don't need this. So this is what you need to type in, and remember, you just need to change 192.168.1.8 and replace it with your own IP address. Now, if I try to go to this website, I get nothing. Why is this? Okay, I figured out the problem. Here, instead of using run server, we need to use this command. So we need to set, we need to set localhost to 000. This means that you need to accept any device that is going to connect. So now let's refresh the page and let's see if this is going to work or not. Okay, so here I'm getting an error. Why? Because it is saying that you need to add this to the allowed hosts. Basically, come here and add the asterisks. Now save the file. Let's refresh the page and let's see if this is going to work or not. Okay, now after refreshing the page, I get the result. Okay, so this is running on my phone, and you can do the same if you have a tablet or if you have another PC. I can go to the other pages, like go into today's picture. You can see that here is the result. I can click on the image to download it if I want. Okay, so this is something that I wanted to share with you guys, and I hope that you find this interesting. And now finally we have reached the end of this tutorial. I want to thank every single one of you guys that have watched this tutorial, and especially those that have managed to complete it. I want to apologize and say sorry if I didn't share with you the knowledge in a good way. I tried my best to share with you what I have learned or what I know about Vue and Django, and I hope that you get inspired to build something for your own purposes or something that will help others. And I just want to say, keep searching and keep building until you become a good web developer. So let me end by just saying thank you.